Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Can you hear us? Hello, hello. If yes, then you type yes. Hello.
Hello, TVR here.
Thank you, thank you.
Can you hear me? Am I okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just checking my audio as well. All
Okay, we'll
okay?
start in 10 minutes.
Great. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, participants, delegates present here with us. We have just been informed, the Honorable Minister, sir, along with other dignitaries, will be here with us in another 4 to 5 minutes. May we request everyone to kindly be seated, all mobile phones to be either switched off or kept on to silent mode from now onwards, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sri Sushil Paulji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. May we have a round of applause to welcome sir.
कैंडल लेके जाओ आने वाले मंत्री मतलब पहले तो बुकेज है ना हाँ पहले बुके फिर कैंडल
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would request everyone to kindly join us inside the hall, the Jacaranda Hall, and be seated as soon as possible. The Honorable Minister, sir, would be joining us any moment now. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly join us in Jacaranda Hall and kindly be seated as soon as possible. We have been informed the Honorable Minister, sir, would be joining us any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting all our participants, guests, delegates to kindly be seated as soon as possible. The Honorable Minister, sir, along with other dignitaries, will be joining us any moment now.
Yeah. Okay, hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Not, hello, hello. Okay, great. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jatin Prasadaji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. I invite to join him Shri Sushil Palji, Joint Secretary, MIT, Government of India, Miss Yolin Lobo, Head of the Public Policy and Government Relations, Google Cloud India, Miss Amrita Chaudhary, Director, CCAOLUN, IGF, MEG member, Chair IIGF Theme Committee, and Shri Devesh Tyagiji, CEO NIXI and Chairman Coordination Committee, IIGF. May I request the exit doors to be closed? Thank you. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jatin Prasadaji, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, esteemed dignitaries on the days, special invitees, esteemed members of the government, industry, academia, technical communities and civil society, and our global partners, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and respectful welcome to the India Internet Governance Forum 2025. IIGF stands as India's premier multi-stakeholder platform committed to shaping a secure, inclusive, and a future-ready digital ecosystem. This year's edition is particularly significant as it aligns with the WIS plus 20 review moment and marks 10 years of Digital India, a decade that has transformed the scale, depth, and ambition of India's digital public infrastructure. Under the theme Advancing Internet Governance for an Inclusive and Sustainable Viksit Bharat, we gather today to reflect on what has been achieved, what remains ahead, and how India can continue contributing to the global digital cooperation and innovation. And today we are honored to have with us the august presence of Sri Jatin Prasadaji, Honorable Minister of State and Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, who is a strong advocate of digital empowerment, innovation-led growth, and citizen-centric governance. He continues to play a pivotal role in shaping India's journey towards a resilient and globally competitive digital economy. I would now request Sri Devesh Tyagiji, CEO NIXI, to kindly do the honors of welcoming the Honorable Minister with a floral bouquet. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request you, sir, to warmly welcome Shri Sushil Palji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, whose leadership continues to strengthen India's digital policy and governance frameworks. We welcome Ms. Yolin Lobo, who is Head of Public Policy and Government Relations at Google Cloud India, a key champion of responsible cloud innovation. We welcome Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, Director CCAOI and UNIGF MEG member, whose work has been pivotal in shaping India's internet governance discourse. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us on this session digitally online is Professor Usha Raman from the University of Hyderabad, who is a distinguished academic voice shaping India's digital communication landscape. Mr. Chengtai Masango, who is head of the UNIGF Secretariat, a global leader advancing multi-stakeholder internet governance, and Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President of BIF and Vice Chairman of the IVF Coordination Committee, a veteran champion of broadband and digital inclusion in India. A very warm welcome to all our dignitaries here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to mark the auspicious beginning of the India Internet Governance Forum 2025, We request Honorable Minister, sir, and our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony, a timeless Indian tradition symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and collective pursuit of progress. Ladies and gentlemen, it is ceremonial in the Indian tradition to light a lamp to begin the proceedings, invoking the gods and goddesses, seeking their blessings to guide and bless us for our endeavors, the success of each and every step that we begin today. And let's put our hands together for the ceremonial inauguration of IIGF 2025. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is my privilege to invite a visionary leader who has been at the forefront of India's digital infrastructure journey, Shri Devesh Tyagiji, CEO of Nixie and chairman of the IIGF Coordination Committee. With decades of leadership in India's digital evolution, he has played a pivotal role in strengthening India's digital backbone. So let's put our hands together to welcome Sir for the opening remarks.
Good morning and welcome. Honorable Sri Jitin Prasad ji, Honorable Union Minister for State in Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Electronics and Information Technology, Sri Sushil Pal ji, Joint Secretary MIT, Sri Shantai Masango, Head of UN Secretariat for IGF, Sri Miss Yulin Lobo, Head of the Public Policy and Government Relations, Professor Usha Raman, Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad, Sri T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, Director, CCAOI, distinguished guests, participants, and the esteemed colleagues. First of all, I would like to welcome Sri Jitin Prasada ji, who has been instrumental in shaping the global internet policies for our ministry. I welcome him with a word that we are working for the internet for all. It is our motto. And he is very instrumental in propagating that across the country. It can be very well seen that number of the internet connections, which is 955 million as on date, is basically the because of the policies of the government which we had implemented in coming year of past years. I would also welcome Sri Sushil Palji, who is guiding us and leading India Internet Governance Forum for long now. He has been advising us in every policy forums. He has been participating in all the endeavors which we had done in past few years. I would like to welcome Ms. Amrita ji, who has been instrumental with Nixie in organizing such events. I would like to welcome Ms. Lobo from Google, and I would like to welcome all other dignitaries like Ramachandran ji, Amrita, Usha Raman ji. So I would like to brief you that in past few years, we had what I had noticed that we had been participating at various international forums, but we were not contributing. To start contributing, we had taken different steps, which obviously has come from this forum only. Like we had started intern scheme at MIXI, which has been very instrumental in propagating the word of Internet Governance Forum across the country. I'm happy to share with you that around 10,000 plus students has been reached by NIXI Internet Intern Scheme in the past 1 year. So that is very good achievement for us. Another thing which we had done, the students which we had trained during last 1 year has been now participating in international levels. I'm happy to share that more than 10 students has got different roles across the globe. And out of those 10, maximum of those participations are in the policy frameworks. So what we can do is that to propagate further internet governance throughout the country, we are organizing such events wherein different participation is happening and different suggestions are coming. So what we can say that as on date, India Internet Governance Forum stands on a simple but powerful brief that India's internet story would be written by multiple actors following the strip of multi-stakeholder model. So this is what is giving ISGF its character, a space where every voice is matters. And this will also give us diverse expertise, which is coming to making us to come together to discuss, engage, and resolve further or shared challenges. At NIXI, we see responsibility every day. One of the proudest outcomes of ISGF journey has been the strengthening of institutional mechanism for informed, inclusive, and decision making. Over the 4 editions, the forum has helped shape actionable outcomes, including the creation of 3 special interest groups on the future of Internet, domain names and number, and Internet protocol and standards. Each of these is building sustained expertise, deeper dialogue, and a more prepared ecosystem to address India's most critical Internet governance challenges. We have discussions on connecting the unconnected and promoting multilingual Internet. Apart from this, NIXI's Internet Governance Internship and Training Program, which I just mentioned, has put in the place the efforts to ensure that India's future internet leaders are not only skilled but also deeply aware of the values underpinning an open, secure, and equitable internet. These collective efforts show how the forum is evolving from dialogue to delivery. This year, we received over 450 workshop proposals, an encouraging reflection of India's growing internet and investment in these governance questions. 12 workshop and 4 thematic plenaries has been curated for this edition, each designed to capture real issues, real challenges, and practical pathways forward. My sincere thanks to the workshop proposers, organizers, and the moderators whose effort make this forum robust, diverse, and relevant. As we begin today deliberations, let us remember that the strength of IAGF lies not only in number of the sessions we host, but in the clarity of direction we collectively shape. The internet will only become more complex, more interconnected, and more integral to our daily lives. Our task is to ensure that its governance keep pace, resilience, openness, safety, and above all, inclusion. With this, I again welcome all the dignitaries today, and with their participation, definitely we will be able to achieve what we are proposing in this particular forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anit, sir, for that inspiring opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 4 years, IIGF has grown into a vibrant, inclusive, and a forward-looking platform. To take us through this journey, I am delighted to invite Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, Director of CCAOI and UNIGF MAG member and Chair of the IIGF Theme Committee. Ma'am, may we invite you for the recap of the 4 years of IIGF. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Thank you, everyone. I hope I'm visible. Else I can take a hand mic, and thank you. Yeah, I think that's better. Yes, I hope I'm visible now. Short people have to have some advantages. Thank you, Minister Sir, for coming in early in the morning. Respected people in the dais, and can we have the presentation online, please? And all the members who've come here today, I'll just give you a brief overcap within 4.5 minutes of what we've been doing in the last 4 years at IIGF. It is a multi-stakeholder community which comes together to discuss, debate on issues, best practices, which is of prime importance to India from its perspectives on digital public policy. It's not a negotiation body, but an agenda shaping body, just like the global IGF. It is a multi-stakeholder voluntary community which coordinates it, the coordination committee, and a lot of volunteers in the subcommittees who makes this happen. This is our journey over the last 4 years. We've been talking about empowering India, leveraging the tech aid to empower India, calibrate our agenda, digital agenda, and how to innovate the internet governance for India. And we have these sub-themes. I'll not go into it. This would be online, so you can look at it. But every year we come up with messages. One of them, which runs through the 4 years, is that we need to shape the internet for the future because we have a great stake in it. We need more active participation from Indians in Indian policy as well as internationally. We need to strengthen the multi-stakeholder model. Meaningful access is something which is critical for us. We need to foster an environment of inclusion, and we have to promote our local language, scripts, multilingual internet, and prioritize cybersecurity and provide greater accountability from all stakeholders limited in this ecosystem. We need an open, safe, and trusted, accountable cyberspace, and security must be foundational in the design. We need to encourage technologies such as end-to-end encryption or something, or the other such technologies in future, which can make it more secure. We need to promote regulation, but it should be tech neutral and forward-looking. I think this is very critical, and a principle-based national regulatory framework, which is agile and resilient for the future. In 2023, some of them was again meaningful access, affordable devices, meaningful content, which the government is working on. Develop and promote new technologies to bridge the digital divide, which we still have. Raise awareness of the existing standards and tools for accessibility and have inclusivity in design. We need to have a resilient cyberspace, have more enhanced international cooperation and awareness in programs with good cyber hygiene, reporting practices, and policies and programs that promote the culture of innovation and risk taking. And that we need to have some kind of an India strategy on internet governance and identify talent and create talent pools who can participate in these forums and help shape discussions for Global South. And encourage participation, especially in technical standards such as IETF, technical standard body. Last year, it was more, the focus was having a more internet resilience in India, having internet resilience index. We need an national AI literacy mission, prioritize inclusivity in design. We need to streamline the regulations and reduce the overlaps between different regulatory bodies or regulations which are coming in, ensure that an open and equitable access without stifling competition. We need to create guidelines to protect children. I think there's a lot being done and deliberated in India now. Bring stakeholders together on an equal footing to develop an national position, create opportunities for diverse and relevant stakeholders to participate. And obviously, we need to have transparent, readily accessible, and easy to use reporting mechanisms for online crime or harms. So while these are not binding, but some of the activities which have been currently underway based upon the recommendations, one is institutionalizing mechanisms to engage stakeholders to form national positions. So from 80s end, there are special internet SIGs which have been formed to kind of start discussing on it. These are steps which are on, not complete, of course. Enhanced participation of youth, academia, civil society, schools like the India School on Internet Governance, the NIXI's initiative of fellows are some things on those lines. Local language, multilingual internet, we are having the universal acceptance and the IDNs, the international domain names, which are certain things which are being done apart from, promoting in the AI field, the Bhashini and others, which is more on the language part. How do we measure systematically, data, collecting data and measuring to ensure resilience is something which has been worked on by iPhone with METI and NIXI. Also developing stakeholder-driven internet resilience. This is underway. Raising awareness of existing standards and tools for accessibility. There's a lot which even the government is doing, but platforms like BIF are working, and there are others. Creating guidelines to protect children online, promoting public awareness and industry collaboration to address biases and ethical risks related to AI and emerging tech. There's a lot which the community is working on. Also emphasizing security by design, robust encryption, and compliance with emerging standards for AI models. So these are certain things which are underway. There are more which is done. While the argument is always made that IGF doesn't form regulations, what is the point of joining? The point is when even regulators discuss things, they can come and test it as a test bed, even have diverse opinions coming in. And that is why when the review process of the World Summit of Information Society is currently underway in being negotiated by member states, we are having a strong push for a permanent IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, and there is a recognition for the national regional IGFs, and India IGF is included. So I concluded here. Thank you so much. I hope I have been able to give you some brief on what we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for your comprehensive overview and for leadership in shaping the IIGF discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and our privilege to hear from a leader respected globally for his stewardship of the UN's multi-stakeholder internet governance process, Mr. Shengtai Misango, head of the UN IGF Secretariat. His work has strengthened global cooperation, inclusion, and dialogue across nations and communities, making the IGF a vital platform in the global digital architecture. And over to you, sir, for your kind address. That you need to unmute yourself. Can we unmute, sir? The console.
Thank you very much. Excellency, Mr. Shri Jiten Prasada, Minister of State in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Electronics and Information Technology of India, Joint Secretary, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and honor to join you for the India Internet Governance Forum. Digital technologies now shape every dimension of our lives as never before, as they affect our human rights and the opportunities and challenges we face. Effective digital governance is not just important, but essential. Over the past 2 decades, through the World Summit on the Information Society and through the IGF, we have learned a clear lesson. No single discipline and no single stakeholder group can govern the internet alone. And the fast evolving ecosystem of applications, tools, and services built on top of it. This is why the multi-stakeholder approach remains indispensable. It is the only path to sound public policy, strong capacity, sustained innovation, and a digital future that supports sustainable development for all. The India IGF once again demonstrates how this model works in practice. Your bottom-up and carefully designed agenda focuses on some of the most urgent global and national issues, such as internet's resilience, digital inclusion, and the responsible use of emerging technologies, including AI. These priorities are timely and they are an imperative. Despite progress, much remains to be done. More people are connected than ever before, yet deep digital divides persist. We must connect the 2.6 billion people still offline. We must close the gender digital divide, and we must ensure that people and institutions everywhere have access to affordable connectivity, reliable devices, and the opportunities that the internet presents. At the same time, cyber harms and threats to information integrity are growing in scale and sophistication. This reinforces the need for strong, adaptable policy grounded in local conditions and community needs. And the conditions and needs vary widely. The UN Secretary General noted at the 2018 IGF in Paris, we must engage the weak and missing voices. You understand best who these communities are in the Indian context and have an effective mechanism through the India IGF to ensure that they are included and heard. Globally, we see several groups that must be fully engaged. These include the government at all levels, from executive to legislative and judicial, the technical community, whose expertise is essential in understanding how digital technologies function. The private sector, from micro enterprises to big companies, which develop and operate many of the services people depend on. And of course, civil society, academia, and the research community, who connect policies, institutions, people, and technology. In doing so, we must not overlook vulnerable and marginalized groups, women, youth, the elderly, persons with disabilities, refugees, and those in remote or conflict-affected regions. The work to advance digital governance must take place nationally and globally. The internet transcends borders, and global governance is only as strong as the local foundations that support it. This year offers a particularly important opportunity to strengthen those functions. The 20-year review of WSIS at the United Nations General Assembly, the decisions taken later this year will guide the future of our shared efforts to build an inclusive information society through technology and its responsible governance. I encourage all stakeholders here to participate actively in the multi-stakeholder preparations leading to the UN General Assembly. And I urge you to ensure that everyone benefits from the insights and expertise generated through the India IGF. I look forward to the learnings from this forum, and I wish you a productive India IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Masango, for your valuable perspective and continued support to India's efforts in strengthening the global internet governance. Ladies and gentlemen, our next eminent speaker represents one of the world's leading technology companies that enables cloud innovation and secure digital transformation. We are honored to invite Ms. Joint Yobo, Head of Public Policy and Government Relations at Google Cloud India. Her rich experience in cloud policy, data governance, and digital adoption is shaping how India's enterprises and governments build trusted, scalable, and digital solutions. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am for the industry address.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, esteemed dignitaries, colleagues, it's a privilege to speak at the India Internet Governance Forum 2025. The theme of this year perfectly captures the opportunity and the responsibility we all share. Our Prime Minister's vision for Digital India was about empowerment and inclusion. Under his leadership, this vision has evolved into Viksit Bharat and India 2047, a confident, connected, and creative nation ready to lead the world into a new digital century. India is experiencing a profound digital shift. We have built one of the world's most extensive public digital ecosystems, connecting hundreds of millions and lowering the cost of data. But the next phase is not just about connection. It is about capability. It is about building an internet that is open, secure, and inclusive, allowing every Indian to participate fully in the digital age. India's digital story is no longer about access, it is about aspiration. One of my favorite stories is the work that AI is doing to transform one of the most traditional sectors, which is agriculture. And some of the examples I'd love to share is how Google partnering with ISVs and entrepreneurs in India are able to use and analyze satellite imagery and to create detailed field maps, enabling precision farming techniques to provide real-time insights into potential crop threats, allowing for proactive action from the farmer, access to pricing information, financial services, and a transparent marketplace. All this is done through a voice assistant, providing you real-time information in multiple Indian languages, really defining how do we transform agriculture from seed to market. According to Google's own AI opportunity agenda for India, the productive and safe adoption of AI, like this example has shown, could unlock trillions of rupees in economic value by 2030. This value will come from efficient services, more competitive businesses, and new forms of creative expression. Governance must now evolve to support this expanding universe of possibilities. And when we discuss an inclusive future, the conversation always starts with infrastructure, a strong, reliable, and resilient digital foundation that reaches every corner of the country. Over the past decade, India has laid the pipes of connectivity, affordable mobile broadband, expanding fiber networks, and growing cloud and data center capacity have dramatically reduced the barriers to participation. Our own $15 billion investment announcement, which we made just a month ago to create India's first AI hub, is significant from this perspective. It is an investment in high performance computing for Indian startups, lower latency for developers, and advanced storage and secure capabilities that can support India's growing digital workloads. It ensures that India's innovation can be built, hosted, and secured within the country, giving businesses the confidence that India's digital infrastructure is world class and future ready. However, we also need infrastructure that respects the planet while enabling progress. This investment that we make will also include a strong commitment to sustainability, focusing on clean energy procurement, advanced cooling systems, and long-term plans for carbon-aware operations. India has also laid the foundation through digital universities. Infrastructure and innovation are only strong when people use them. Skill India centers and investments in regional AI labs, industry partnerships are now bringing advanced tools and training directly to students and creators. These efforts all matter because digital capacity is the actual currency of the future. Google and as many companies in this room are all working to empower millions of people in India with AI digital literacy through partnerships and collaborations with both state and central governments. As India builds its infrastructure and capabilities, governance now becomes the glue that holds this digital ecosystem together. The next decade of internet governance must focus on safety, transparency, trust. We must ensure that users can participate without fear, that innovators can build without unnecessary barriers, and digital systems remain open, interoperable, and secure. Governance frameworks must promote innovation while protecting the rights and dignity of every citizen. Our own development is guided by our AI principles, committing us to socially beneficial technology, upholding the highest standards of safety and accountability, and conducting human rights due diligence. We all believe that an open internet is a more secure internet, and we should find ways to actively use AI to enhance cybersecurity across our platforms. As we look ahead, the next decade offers an incredible and an extraordinary opportunity. India has the talent, scale, and ambition to lead. With resilient digital infrastructure, responsible AI, and governance frameworks grounded in openness and inclusion, India can build an internet that advances opportunity for every citizen and contributes to the architecture of a more equitable global digital order. What we are witnessing is not just a digital transformation, but a revolution taking place across India. India's strengths have always been its ability to combine tradition with technology and emotion with enterprise. As we move towards Viksit Bharat 2047, we are not merely preparing for the digital future, we are designing it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for working together to build an inclusive and sustainable Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for sharing your forward-looking perspectives. And it is now my pleasure to welcome an eminent academic and thought leader, Professor Usha Raman from the Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad. Professor Raman's research spans digital society, media ecosystems, and communication rights, offering invaluable insights into how human behavior, access, and digital culture shape internet governance. And over to you, ma'am, for your industry and academy address.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning to all of you assembled here, the Honorable Minister, other representatives of government, industry, and policy groups, and of course, many co-travelers on my own journey in this space. Thank you so much for inviting me to offer a few remarks at this forum, which is so important in the lead up to what might be a defining public policy moment globally, and definitely for India. In addressing the potential and the risks of not only artificial intelligence, but a wide array of technologies. I'd like to make it clear that while I come from a critical and possibly techno-skeptical standpoint, I do understand that we need to balance pragmatism and idealism in our dialogues. And it's great to see that stakeholders from so many different groups and communities are represented here to help achieve that balance. As an educator and as someone who has engaged with communities who are experiencing various forms of precarity, not only in the labor market, but also in terms of their knowledges and ways of life being marginalized or possibly even erased, I would say that it's crucial at this point to consider the deep ramifications of the introduction of any new technology, not only on economic productivity at the macro level, which tends to be the focus of policy, but also on the social and cultural aspects of life at the micro level. This means thinking about fairness at every level of the AI machinery and value chain, in terms of data generation and definition, its design, deployment, and use, both in large and small models of automation and management. If we are to imagine the application of AI and related technologies to achieve inclusion and equity in the broadest sense possible, fairness rather than efficiency should be a guiding principle, as well as autonomy and control over personal data and the choice to participate in small or large data sets. Some of the questions that I'd like this group to focus on, and I know that in subsequent sessions there is going to be much more discussion on these issues. So the questions that I would like to offer as perhaps provocations are the following. Should we be operating from an assumption of inevitability regarding the utility of AI as a general purpose technology? Are there domains of life which should be allowed to function with purely human intelligence and effort? In other words, are there what we might call non-use cases? This comes from a concern with how Gen AI, or even the most rudimentary forms of AI, might limit the development not only of creativity and critical thought among young people particularly, but young people who haven't yet had the opportunity to discover how to think independently, as they get used to thinking with AI or at worst, outsourcing much of their thinking to AI. And I'm sure you'll understand I come from a classroom where the effects of AI are increasingly being felt in not the best of ways. So how do we incorporate an ethics of care into the building of these LLMs or other sorts of AI training models, as well as the infrastructures on which they work? When we say we want an internet or indeed a digital society that is both inclusive and equitable, do we have a granular and deep imagination of who we mean by the all of every corner of society? And I think some of the previous speakers really laid that out very well. So can we shift to a logic of technology development and deployment that attends to the long-term costs of communities at the periphery? Can we move beyond questions of access to a more nuanced consideration of implications? And I think, again, as previous speakers have mentioned, we need to move beyond simply connectivity as the metric, but meaningful access. So these may seem like philosophical questions that have nothing to do with the imperatives that we face for nations and economies to keep up and ahead, or for visible change in material lives, for movement that can be measured in the metrics that we have adopted. But as an academic, my role is to take lessons from past experience and imagine what they might offer us for the future. On many levels, we're already chasing to regulate a technology that has become embedded in our everyday lives, in our conversations on chat groups, in the way we search on the internet, in how we think about productivity at work. There's a very small window in which there is still a possibility to act, and meetings like this, I think, underscore that possibility. And as we gather our thoughts and resources to do this, we need to deploy a different sort of imagination, one that hears and sees the last person in the social change. So I'll rest my case there, and best wishes for the deliberations that lie ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insightful reflections. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our special address, we are honored to have with us a key architect of India's digital policy initiatives landscape, Shri Sushil Palji, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and IT. His leadership has been central to advancing critical initiatives. And let's put our hands together to welcome Sir to kindly share his vision with us.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and IT, Commerce and Industry, Shri Jitin Prasada ji, Mr. Chengtai Masango, Head UN IGF, Ms. Yolande Lobo from Google, Ms. T.V. Ramchandran, President BIF, Ms. Usha Raman, Department of Communication, who provided a completely new perspective to this forum. Thank you for those refreshing inputs. Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, the Director of CCOI, and our champion of the internet governance from the community, I think, largely, I think she's a great champion for internet governance and representing all the forums. And she also mobilizes a lot of other people from the technical as well as academia. Shri Devesh Tyagi, CEO of Nixie, and esteemed colleagues and representatives from academia, civil society, industry, and technical community. A very good morning and very warm welcome to all of you. It's indeed my privilege to be addressing you all on the 5th India Internet Governance Forum. India Internet Governance Forum has actually emerged as a national platform which brings all the stakeholders together, and it helps us to shape India's priorities and the perspectives on the future of the internet, and also in strengthening India's leadership in the global digital governance landscape. I'm confident that the India IGF is among the most prominent and the active of all other 150 plus regional and the national IGF across the world. This IGF holds, this particular 5th IGF holds a special significance that would directly be very soon be feeding into the WSIS Plus 20 Summit meeting, which is being held next month. And this is being held, after 10 years since WSIS Plus 10, which was held in 2015. It's quite fortuitous that both the WSIS Plus 10 as well as Digital India program, both were launched in 2015. And it's time for us to reflect the progress we made in the Digital India program, as well as the Business Plus 20 objectives we set out for ourselves. When we launched the Digital India program, our vision was to actually transform India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy. And we did indeed started with a laser focus on the inclusivity and accessibility of technology to the common man and to bridge the digital divide. We are proud to share that in the 10 years time frame, we've achieved the inclusivity and a citizen empowerment at a scale and at a speed which is actually unparalleled in any part of the world. This has been made possible by actually investing heavily not only in the creation of a digital infrastructure, but by also having a very new approach to the development of the applications. On the infrastructure front, I would not go into the numbers, but we have actually grown. We have actually grown from 50 million internet users in 2014 to 2015 to almost a billion now, and we have connected almost most of the Gram Panchayats, and we are among the country which has the fastest 5G rollout of the 5G towers. While these digital infrastructures were being created, were being laid to provide the reliable and affordable, actually one of the cheapest connectivity to the citizens in the country. We're also innovating in the software stack, which we call now in the India stack. We innovated with a new approach to application development, which is completely built upon the principles of the open source development, open source technology, and interoperability, which we now call as a DPI. As a result of this, and this approach was heavily recognized by almost all the countries in the G20 and have actually become the model to showcase not only among the global south, but as well as in the developed world. While implementing such population scale deployment of the digital platforms, we realized that there are multiple challenges as well, which relates to the security, cybersecurity attacks, breach of privacy, impersonation, and the false information. Yolande spoke on the freedom to the users to access the digital technology and a freedom to the companies to innovate to innovate the digital technologies, but at the same time, is that a time clock? 5 minutes?
It's an online journey.
Okay, sorry. I would also want to emphasize that we also have to have an element of the accountability as well, although she included that in the transparency in there. So for us, for me particularly, not that we are very fond of country fond of regulating, but yes, internet as such was very difficult to regulate, and we already had intermediary rules in place, and they were finding numerous challenges in even regulating the internet as such. And with the development, with the onset of the AI, I think it has become far more challenging. The regulation has become far more difficult, and whatever progress we were making to narrow the digital divide, I think the challenge is likely to go further. So for us, I would like to place the two agenda for the India IGF, and that would be the trust and the resilience. The trust is important because it's important for user to keep using this without any fear, and it can easily be compromised because of the cybersecurity breaches, because of the use and the misuse of the AI for in developing the deepfakes and impersonation and false information or misinformation. Keeping these in mind, we brought the DPDP Act to protect the personal information, and the rules were also notified recently. And we have also recently notified the draft rule for the intermediaries for labeling the fake contents. We would request the community to kind of give a frank and feedback to those comments, to those draft rules. And the next agenda is the internet resilience, which is also a top priority. As the internet today underpins almost all aspects of our life, starting from the governance to banking to healthcare, education, and our whole life revolves around the internet. But most of us are only merely users of the internet. Most of us have no clue as to how internet functions and how vulnerable it can be in the time of a crisis. In the world of the cyber attacks, submarine cable disruptions, the CDN outages, global routing failures, and the geopolitical instability, these have become more apparent and palpable, and it helped, and these poses a very grave risk to the resilience of the internet. Any of these outages can actually cripple the country's economy. I think someone said that, you don't need a jet or you don't need a missile to actually shoot a country. You just need to switch off the cloud or switch off the network, and the economy of a country can actually come to a halt. So that is the infrastructure we are presently dealing with, and that's the infrastructure that we are presently talking about. So it's important to have some degree of reliance, to have some degree of ownership in some of these technologies, so that we can have some confidence that our internet would continue to function irrespective of any geopolitical stability. I would not go into each of the elements of the internet. Some of them I think we are already working on, but it would be a good idea for the community here, to kind of start listing down each of these elements, and also the criticality of these elements in the long run, which would help us India to achieve its self-reliance. Now, coming back to the trust, I would like to briefly touch upon the issues which we, as a GAC member in the ICANN, had been taking up in the ICANN forum to shaping the global policy discussion. We have been actively pushing for a 24-hour response for the WHO's disclosure. That is a disclosure of WHO's disclosure, meaning by like the personal details of the domain name holder for the emergency request cases. We've also been asking for the mandatory participation of all the registrars of the GTLD registrars, and also the voluntary participation of the CCTLDs in the registration data request, which is the pilot system being implemented to provide the WHO's data whenever these are sought by the law enforcement agencies. And presently, it's very interesting to note that you can actually get your domain name operational, and you have 15 days window to provide your validation or credentials, and which is good enough time for anyone to create havoc on the internet and actually disappear without even getting the validation done. So we have been actually pushing hard on making this concurrent the domain name activation, to activate the domain name only after the validation of the credentials are done. Apart from that, we have also been strengthening the global approach for the DNS views by pressing on the narrowly scoped PDP for the bulk registration and the associated domain names. And we've also been highlighting the dangers of the subdomain abuse, which emanates and which is pretty much rampant. Apart from that, I think that's as of now, I think in the ICANN forum, we don't have a complete data as to how much cyber attacks or DNS attacks are happening. So we have taken up with the ICANN for a mandatory reporting by all the registrar for all the domain name abuse, which is being reported to the registrars, and to have a centralized portal so that we can have an objective data for assessment of the performance of the registrars and also for devising the policy. So coming back to the resilience aspect, I would like to invite your attention to the recent draft telecommunication rules, both for authorization telecommunication network, as well as the authorization for provisioning of the main telecommunication service rules. It's heartening to note that they have actually recognized internet exchange points as one of the categories for network authorization, and also provided that there should be no authorization fee, which is the welcome sign. But where I would like to draw the attention of the community sitting here is that this also provides that the domain name system used for the resolution shall be located in India. This is a very important element for the internet resilience. And community, I think we need to score it, consider and support these draft rules that the domain name, DNS resolution infrastructure lies within the country, and that is what would provide us the resilience in the internet. And coming to the WSIS Plus 20, we have played an active role in shaping the WSIS Plus 10-15 process, but now, and we have also played a very active role in the WSIS Plus 20 review cycle. And as a Dolan Ministry, MeitY has coordinated the national inputs through a multi-stakeholder consultation on a detailed and provided detailed written contributions to the element paper, to the zero draft and the revision one. And we emphasize upon the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, DNS security and stability, multilingual access, universal acceptance, and open and interoperable standards, and inclusive digital development. As the process moves forward toward the final outcome document, we would continue to ensure that these priorities shape the future of the WSIS and the IGF beyond 2025. We look forward to the deliberations today in the main panel and the working group, and we would wait for the valuable feedback and suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that forward-looking address. And ladies and gentlemen, we now present before you a short video showcasing the role of internet governance and ways in which IIGF is contributing to the digital ecosystem.
IGF, the Global Internet Governance Forum, brings together not just stakeholders, but a forum for discussion with everyone from across the world to discuss public policies related to sustainability, robustness, security, stability, and development of the internet. With an unprecedented and ever-increasing internet user base, India is committed to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of internet. Taking the first steps towards this, India's very own Internet Governance Forum, the IIGF, has been initiated. In order to decide the future of the internet, IIGF is embracing a bottom-up approach so as to bring the people's voices on the table. The IIGF seeks to include you, the netizen, in redefining its internet policy and decision-making to realize the goal of empowering India through the power of internet. With your insights and participation, for example, one can think of scaling up our very own startup ecosystem, strengthening India's Global Innovation Index. Your participation could ensure that every Indian netizen gets high-speed internet access without exclusion. Also, you can play a key role in building trust in the internet among Indian netizens through strong cybersecurity policies. Your participation will lead to multi-stakeholderism, meaning the internet won't be governed by a unilateral body. Everyone, including you, will have a stake in it. A stronger internet leads to a stronger India. Like Kheti, a social enterprise that connects smallholder farmers to technology vendors, getting street smart by offering customers digital payment options. The internet, when deployed correctly, can make a huge impact. So, be ready to make a difference. Be a part of this iconic journey. Join us at the Indian Internet Governance Forum. Be the torchbearer who defines the way the world will see the internet in the future.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to welcome a dynamic national leader guiding India's digital and industrial transformation, Honorable Minister Sir Shri Jatin Prasada ji. Let's put our hands together to welcome Sir for the inaugural address.
Thank you, and a very good morning, and I'm very happy that I have got the opportunity at the 5th edition of the India Internet Government Forum, and with me on the dais, who you just heard, our Joint Secretary, Mr. Sushil Pal, of course, the CEO, Nixi, Mr. Divesh Tyagi, and Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, Ms. Lobo from Google, and joining us online, Mr. Chengate Musango, Head of United Nations Internet Governance Forum, and Professor Usha Raman from the University of Hyderabad, and Shri T.V. Ramachandran, the President of BIF, and in this hall, all the various stakeholders and friends from the media. I'm very happy, like I said, to be here, and especially Mr. Musango has been joining us online all the way from the United Nations. Just goes to show that how all of us across the borders ensuring that we move ahead as far as the Internet Global Forum and policy programs and shaping the way forward is concerned, which is a big priority of this government as well. I can tell you that I have got a lot of write-ups with me to speak about, but the extensive speeches before me have outlined the way forward, and especially Ms. Chaudhary, your presentation over the years has outlined the way that IGF has progressed from 2021 onwards till 25 now. And we are making considerable headway into the various concerns, issues, policies, programs which govern the net. And like Mr. Pal has rightfully said, the strength of a nation will not be determined by the amount of ammunition or missiles it has. It'll be judged by the presence on the cyberspace. India has made a considerable headway with over 1 billion internet connections, mobile connectivity, 5G network covering 99% of our districts. We've gone ahead with mobile production, which has increased tremendously. Our electronic components are also focusing on domestic manufacturing. And as has been outlined by Ms. Lobo about the Google initiative of data centers, which the world is looking at India, that promised land where the investment will come in this field. And apart from what India offers to the world, it's also very important that we have the data of our citizens, of Indians within India, keeping the sovereign nature and the delicate sensitivities that align with data. And as far as the government goes, we've gone ahead and moved ahead with the Data Protection Act, ensuring that there's consent-based data and there's considerable avenues and nuances on data protection. And as well as, given the size and scale of what India is, we've got, like I said, the phenomenal numbers with internet penetration and connectivity, and our population on the cyberspace. But that also makes it pretty vulnerable for cyber threats. And I can assure you that the government is on top of it. But it's not only that the government can do everything. And I request all stakeholders in whichever way they can contribute to ensure that we have a safer net, a safer cyberspace, protect our vulnerable citizens apart from the strategic locations and threats that are there for the country. So I can tell you that as far as the vision of our Prime Minister is concerned, he has always outlined that technology has to be democratized. It has to be accessed for all. It cannot be for a privileged few. And India is moving ahead with that, not only within India, but across the globe, and being the voice of the global South, where access has to be given on an equitable platform. In fact, make it more easily accessible to people who don't have that kind of resources or the privileges or the hardware. And India has at various forums outlined this need, and there has been considerable focus and progress. And Mr. Tyagi, you remember that the last time I was here, I had said that the room needs to change, it needs to become bigger. But the room has remained the same, but considerable strides have been taken as far as IGF is concerned. And I'm happy to hear that a lot of progress has been done. And we continue in India to ensure that the focus of the government is on the last mile and the last person, and he gets that access and that opportunity to ensure that especially our young, to give them an opportunity. As far as our GPUs are concerned, we've ensured that access to them is for less than $1, which is the cheapest around in the world. But still a lot more needs to be done so that our young do get the access. They get more to innovate, to research, to come up with brighter ideas. The government doesn't want to overregulate, doesn't want to stifle, but we have to be very careful at the harms that have been mentioned by Mr. Raman, that it's not only about access, it's about implications. And that is the key, because access has been made available, but what will be the implications, good or bad? And those need to be looked into, and I'm sure the various sessions that are going to be deliberated throughout the day will dwell on these issues and come out with feedback, not only for the government, but for the international forum. And as has been outlined, that WSIS plus 20 is going to be meeting after a decade. And we'll put together and correlate all that has happened in this decade. And I'm sure the Indian IGF will also give its inputs, which would be meaningful, which would be from the point of view of the global South, will be from the point of the people of who are waiting for access, and for the people who don't have the resources to get that kind of access. And that's the key aim of our government in India as well, where we want to ensure that technology does get democratized. And we've done a lot with our digital stack. The numbers speak for themselves: digital identity, UPI transactions, DigiLocker, transferring subsidies online, reducing leakages, ensuring better services, more informed citizens, reliability, safety as far as AI is concerned. All those issues have been highlighted, and I've heard the views, and I'm glad that we're on top of it. My best wishes for this conference, and I'm glad that people have joined us online. My friend Mr. Musango, I hope to see you soon to take this mission forward. I'm thankful for you for having taken our time to attend. And with those words, I end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your inspiring and visionary address, motivating us to work together towards a truly inclusive and globally influential digital Bharat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the inaugural session, I am privileged to invite Sri T.V. Ramachandran, President of the Broadband India Forum and Vice Chairman of IIDF Coordination Committee. A veteran of India's telecom and digital policy ecosystem, Sri T.V. sir has been instrumental in advancing the broadband proliferation, enabling the digital access and strengthening multi-stakeholder collaboration. May I request you, sir, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, namaste and good morning. It is my proud privilege, on behalf of the organizers of IIGF, to propose the vote of thanks in this inaugural session of the 5th Annual Conference. First and foremost, our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry and also for Electronics and IT, Shri Jacaranda Prasada Ji, who is with us today and who has lent some very, very beautiful points for us to deliberate on. Sir, your gracious presence this morning and your insightful inaugural address have set exactly the right tone for the deliberations today and tomorrow. Your guidance will be a strong reference point for our deliberations here, and we have taken full note of the points of inclusivity, etc., that you have emphasized. A very warm thank you to all our eminent speakers and panelists in this inaugural session, especially to Mr. Musango, who has joined us from the IGF headquarters, and to our Joint Secretary, MAITI, Mr. Sushil Paul. Sirs, you and all the other panelists have framed in very concrete terms the key issues before us, from bridging the digital divide, enhancing trust and safety online, to harnessing emerging technologies like AI in a responsible and human-centric manner. I think Dr. Usha Raman pointed that out beautifully. These perspectives will help every participant here to think more deeply about the innovations in internet governance by India, not only for India, for the globe, for India and the globe and in everywhere over the course of this conference. I would also like to thank our delegates and participants, other participants from the internet community, from the civil society, and especially, like the Honorable Minister pointed out, the youth, the younger generation, the industry startups, the academia, the research institutions, the technical giants, and of course, Meaty and Nixie, who have always been with us, shoulder to shoulder. Your questions, your ideas, and even your disagreements are what will give life to this forum. I'm addressing this to the entire community, to the entire audience. Internet governance cannot be a closed door dialogue among a few experts. It has to be a continuous conversation with our citizens, particularly our youth. The IIGF, a multi-stakeholder platform, works only because of what you bring. You bring your own lens, your own expertise, and your own lived-in experience with the internet into our conversation. Importantly, our sincere thanks to the media for being with us today and for carrying these discussions to a much wider public. A well-informed public discourse, not one well-informed public discourse, I'm afraid many well-informed public discourses are necessary on digital issues if we are to truly democratize the benefits of the internet. Behind the scenes, the army of volunteers we have in various IIG subcommittees and Amrita Chaudhary is at the forefront in many of these committees. And Dr. Devesh Tyagi is the general. He is leading us. They have made this conference possible. They have made it look easy and smooth, as well as our partner, our events partner, Bharat Exhibitions. To each and every one of you, a very, very big thank you. Finally, the real test of our success is not the number of apps. It's not the number of apps we build. It's not the number of internet connections we show. It's not the terabytes we consume. But whether every person, every individual, in every village, in every town, in every city can use the internet safely, confidently, and meaningfully to improve their lives. I conclude once again here by once again extending my heartfelt thanks to all present here and look forward to your continued engagement in the sessions that follow. Jai Hind, and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your gracious words. I would request Sri Devesh Tyagi ji, CEO Nixie, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our Honorable Minister, sir, Sri Jatin Prasada ji. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And may I request all our dignitaries to come together for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. May I request Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly step forward for a group photograph with all the team. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thanking Honorable Minister, sir, for sparing his valuable time in gracing this occasion and for his motivating and inspiring address. We conclude the inaugural session of IIGF 2025. We extend our deepest gratitude to all the distinguished speakers for their presence, insights, and commitment to advancing India's digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next segment of the day. We have a workshop in Willow Hall from 11:30 to 12:25, which is on child safety by design for AI native platforms, a core regulatory roadmap for India. And from 12:30 onwards, here in the main hall, we have the main panel, AI for People, Planet, and Program, from frameworks to impact. We request all of you to kindly join the workshop and the main panel here respectively.
भी नहीं मिलेगी। मैम कह रही है एक मैम मिली, वो मैम का नंबर ही रखो।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention? May I request everyone to kindly be seated for the main panel one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the main panel one. May we request everyone to kindly be seated?
अब तक किसी को बोलना नहीं करते। यहाँ पे बस हमें यही चाहिए चार मैंने बोला तो बता
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the first panel, the main panel.
पुनः मोमेंटो दे दो जेएस सर वाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated.
Can we start?
Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to be seated. May I once again request for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, Amlan. Sorry, good afternoon. Could you just say hello so we can do a
Yeah.
quick sound check?
I am
Yeah.
also putting the video on. Am I okay? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Audio and video is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. We are now ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our main panel one. And I have the privilege in inviting on stage on the panel our moderator for the session, Ms. Mansi Kedia, Digital Development Specialist, the World Bank Group. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Also inviting eminent panelists. We've been informed Shri Abhishek Singh Ji, Additional Secretary MIT and CEO India AI Mission, is on his way, will be joining us any moment now. I invite Ms. Prachi Bhatia, Public Policy Manager, Meta. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. And Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, India Lead of Core Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google. A very, very warm welcome. Joining us online on the session is Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, Founding Member and Executive Director, IT for Change, and Mr. Amlan Mohanty, Fellow Technology and Society Program, Carnage, India. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move ahead with main panel one, a session that sits at the very heart of today's discussion. AI for people, planet, and progress, from frameworks to impact. This session brings together leaders who are shaping India's AI ecosystem across government, civil society, industry, and research. To lead this important conversation, we are honored to have with us Ms. Mansi Kedia, Digital Development Specialist at the World Bank Group, who has been at the forefront of research and policy work on digital transformation, connectivity, and emerging technologies across developing economies. Her deep understanding of the intersection between technology, regulation, and development makes her ideal moderator for this panel. And once again, a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Shri Abhishek Singh Ji, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and IT and CEO of the India AI Mission, is a key architect of India's national AI strategy and is leading efforts to scale AI infrastructure, innovation skilling, and responsible AI frameworks across the country. Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, who is a globally respected voice on digital rights, gender justice, and equitable technology, as founder and executive director of IT for Change, she has been instrumental in shaping policy conversations on digital governance and social impacts of AI. She's joining us online. Warmly welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist, Ms. Prachi Bhatia, is Public Policy Manager at Meta, where she works on AI governance, platform safety, and responsible innovation. Her experience bridges policy design, user safety, and technology deployment at scale. Welcome, Ms. Bhatia. And we are delighted to welcome Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, who leads core government affairs and public policy for Google in India. His work focuses on enabling AI innovation, digital public infrastructure, and policy frameworks that encourage safe and inclusive technology growth. And finally, we welcome Mr. Amlan Mohanty, Fellow with the Technology and Society Program at Carnage, India. He's a legal and policy expert. His research spans AI regulation, digital competition, and technology governance in India and globally. Also joining us online, a warm welcome to you, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the floor to our distinguished moderator, Ms. Kedia, to kindly lead this important discussion. Ma'am, with a time duration of 1 hour, over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful panel. I was telling them that I couldn't have asked for better panelists to suit a topic that actually brings together a mix of very rich policy thinkers as well as practitioners. And I think that is the topic of today's panel, which is to see how we transform this technology for planet progress and people, moving from frameworks to impact. And that is really thinking about how companies, how governments, how we as users of the technology are putting good practices together and trying to make the most of the technology. So my plan was to actually start with Mr. Abhishek Singh, but since he's not here, and I thought he would lay out the larger vision for India for this technology, but we'll bring him in towards the middle. We'll go with we have the organizers have given me very strict instructions to keep the last 15 minutes for Q&A. So do ask questions. But we'll start with 7 minutes of initial remarks for all the panelists, and then we'll do another quick round. So I'm going to change the order just a little bit. So I'm going to start with something that is really contemporary. So Amlan, sorry, putting you in the spot. I know you were way down in the order, but I just thought it'll be good to start with something contemporary that people have been reading and discussing, which is your contribution to the India AI governance guidelines. I was wondering in your remarks if you could talk us a little bit through how did you approach the whole thing? It's very complex. There are lots of ideas, there are lots of frameworks globally as well as by companies. So what was some of the thinking that went behind in the group when you were drafting these guidelines? And if you were to pick the top 3 most practical considerations, and I'm going to keep saying this again and again because the spirit of the panel is to come to practice and practical ideas. So what are the top 3? And also, while I was going through it, there's a particular principle on innovation. It says innovation over restraint. And how do you practically think of that? Where is that line for restraint in how the committee thought about it? Because if you have human-centric first, if you have people first, and then we say innovation over restraint, what does that line of restraint really mean? Over to you, Amlan.
Yes.
We started with
Just checking, Mansi, should I still go first or do you want to move things around
No,
again?
no, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, first of all, to IGF, the organizers, for having me. Real pleasure to be here. I see, Mansi, firstly, great question, but I see 3 different questions in this. So I'm just going to take it kind of one by one. I think the first question is, how were we thinking about, how did we approach these governance guidelines? And, obviously, real pleasure to see Abhishek Singh at the panel as well. So, I'm sure he'll have something to share about that. 2 is really thinking about practical takeaways. And 3, really specifically this principle of innovation over restraint. So I'll just break it up in these 3 sections. In terms of kind of the overall approach, obviously, it's a committee consists of multiple people, so I don't speak on behalf of the committee as a whole. I can just share my personal kind of view. But I think what's really unique is our understanding of what governance itself means, right? This is called the India AI governance guidelines for a very specific reason. One is that it is not these are not regulatory guidelines. So I think the first important point is we realize we don't want to provide a regulatory framework. We want to provide a governance framework and an expansive view of governance at that. And as I kind of travel around the world and I speak to policymakers around the world, I think this is a point that's increasingly becoming important to how they think about AI policy, right? Which is that governance is not just about regulation. It's actually as much about adoption, about diffusion, about capacity building, and of course, regulation as well. So I think the first and important, key unique aspect of how we approach the governance guidelines was to have an expansive view of governance. The second, important piece is to take a very India-focused lens to this, right? Which seems obvious. These are India AI guidelines, but I think, we had a a very early meeting where we discussed, we can draw on what's happening in the EU, in the US, in Southeast Asia, but really let's start from first principles about what India's needs and aspirations are. And so you'll really see, I think, this focus on ensuring that the governance framework is alive and reflects the India experience, right? What does the India AI mission, for example, seek to achieve? What are the larger kind of strategic goals around, resilience, global competitiveness, around socioeconomic development that this AI governance framework is supposed to support. Two is really thinking about very nuanced kind of local considerations around the use of local data sets, ensuring cultural representation, preventing kind of bias and mitigation. So really starting from what India's kind of needs and aspirations are, right, was the second, I think, unique approach, with the recognition that perhaps this is a model that can be useful for the global South as well. And then the third, and I think really important, I think principle-based understanding is that we wanted this to be a pro-innovation, agile, and a flexible approach. So you'll see some of these words used in the framework, and I think that's reflected in how we've approached these guidelines as well. So that's what I would say is the overall approach, and I think unique aspects of the guidelines. To your second question about what's, I think, the top three takeaways, if I had to say from a practical perspective, I think what's really evident in these guidelines, or at least we hope to achieve, is that we need to start thinking about operationalizing responsible AI, right? So we need to move from principles really to practice. And I know a lot of the people, including the panelists who represent different companies, have really strong overarching responsible AI principles. But really, we need to start thinking about what does this mean in practice. And so for me, at least, again, this is a personal view, I think, I think about it in three ways, right? One, you have to prioritize it. Two, you have to implement it. And three, you have to demonstrate it, right? And so this is just, this is not in the guidelines, but this is kind of how I think about it. And let me just break that down, right? Why do I say prioritize it? I think one is that while companies are entering India, India is obviously an important market, top three markets for many of these AI labs. You really need to prioritize responsible AI and governance and safe and trusted development and deployment of AI in the Indian context. And there's obviously evidence that this is taken seriously, but also equal examples of how I think more needs to be done in the Indian context. There was an MIT article that was published just a few weeks ago about how caste bias in India is being perpetuated on some of these platforms, and I was really disturbed by that story, right? And that's why I think these labs need to prioritize India, and I think the guidelines really try and demonstrate that, right? If you want to operate in India, you have to comply with Indian laws and regulations, and you need to prioritize it. Two is you need to implement it, which is you really need to work together. And I think this is where industry needs to come together more closely and collaboratively to implement some of these responsible AI frameworks in a very practical ground up approach, right? What that means obviously is very context specific, different for different sectors and so on, but you need to implement it. And the third, and I think really important part, which I don't see enough of happening right now, is you need to be able to demonstrate this to regulators. So if you are saying, for example, we have been able to, we are doing red teaming, we're doing stress testing to be able to address specific risks or harms in the Indian context, you have to be able to demonstrate that to the regulator. The sectoral regulator, if you're called upon to do it in a specific sector, or METI at a cross-sectoral level, you have to be able to prove to the regulators, to the government officials that you are actually acting on it responsibly. So I think that's one. The second, I think, important, I think, key takeaway is really this idea that we need an India-specific approach to governance and risk mitigation. So where is all of that kind of empirical data going to come from? There is a recommendation for an incidents reporting database to be developed. And I think that's going to be really important over the next 6 to 12 months to be able to inform our understanding of risk assessment in the Indian context. So I think I would encourage kind of all of the different companies represented here to build those incident reporting mechanisms and grievance redressal mechanisms as a practical measure. And the third, I think, important takeaway is really the institutional framework that's being proposed in these guidelines. And that's this combination of an AI governance group, this TPEC, the Technology and Policy Expert Committee, and an AI Safety Committee, AI Safety Institute, to work together, right? And I think this is increasingly becoming important because we recognize that AI governance is not just about promoting innovation or reducing risk. It's as much about diplomatic engagement, foreign diplomacy on AI. It's about national security issues, so you want the Home Ministry involved. It's about promoting scientific progress in AI, so you want kind of DST to be involved. So this idea that you need an interministerial committee to support the goals of the India AI mission, I think, is a really important aspect of these guidelines that's coming out of the AI governance group. The AI Safety Institute, obviously, to continue to work on standards development, to support industry in terms of implementation and risk mitigation through guidance. Participating in the network of safety institutes, I think, is another kind of important piece. And then the technology and policy expert committee to provide that foundational expertise to be able to support these activities, I think, is a really important aspect of the framework. I know you had a third question, but I just want to take a pause because I don't want to kind of go over time. We can come back to the point on innovation over restraint later.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. I just want to make sure everyone gets enough time. So, okay to change the order? Or? Whatever you need. Okay. No, you're here, right? So we'll get, okay. So I think it's a good follow on from Amlan to Prachi, because he spoke about the practices that companies should be adopting. And I was hoping you talk a little bit about the development of foundation models, not just from Meta's perspective, but the overall industry perspective. There is a Stanford Transparency Index prepared for foundational models, and companies vary in their rankings on different parameters. So from your point of view, or from your understanding of the industry's point of view, where do you think the challenges are? What is it that can be achieved? So again, going back to the spirit of practice, like Amlan spoke about building that database for incident response, or things that you can put into practice in terms of building more transparency, more trust into these models. What is it that industry can do? And if there's anything specific that you want to allude to from Meta's point of view, please feel free to do that.
Sure. Thanks, Mansi, for that question, and thanks to IIGF for having me here. I think this is a very important point to sort of discuss. And Mansi, since you mentioned about the transparency index, if I specifically focus on transparency as a principle and how have companies actually implemented it, firstly, I think let's take a step back and think, why would companies work on transparency and accountability? I think it's very critical for the industry, and it's in their own interest to work upon it if they want to encourage adoption of their models, of their products. So this is something which is very crucial from an industry perspective, and there is motivation, and already a lot has been happening. And to Amlan's point, I believe all the companies have their responsible AI principles, and a lot is being implemented. So just if I talk about Llama, which is the model that Meta has released, and there are and we have open sourced multiple versions of Llama. From a transparency perspective, there are developer use guides which details the technical stack, the architecture, the limitations on which about the model. So a lot is already out there, and then there are a lot of industry best practices. So just to name one practice, model cards. This was started, I think, by Google, maybe, and I think it has developed a great industry practice, which I believe almost all players are now adopting, including us. And model card gives you like a summarized version of what the model is about, in which situations it should not be used, what is the energy consumption of it. And in fact, Meta was, I believe, one of the very early companies who started disclosing energy consumption, the green emission carbons as part of the model card. So I feel a lot is being done. And specifically, when I talk about transparency, like you mentioned, it's a very wide topic, and the technology is evolving quite fast. So there are challenges. So when I specifically talk from the perspective of general purpose models, AI models, it can be applied in like several contexts. If a model has been released, it can be used for healthcare, it can be used for finance. So the underlying risk would be different. So it's not practically possible to disclose everything as part of these transparency disclosures, but at the same time, it is very important for model developers to at least enable the developers to understand in which context it can be used. So there has to be a fine line of differentiation here. Again, models are trained on vast amount of data. The architecture is also quite vast. So disclosing everything in a general purpose model may not be sort of the right approach. Again, when we are talking about transparency standards, I believe we also should be thinking about context specific models, and think about, like Amlan mentioned, that there are various sectors, and even the governance guidelines talks about sectoral implication of regulation. So from a transparency perspective, we should also think about how we can work towards transparency standards which apply to various sectors instead of like focusing on general purpose transparency mechanisms. And lastly, I believe multi-stakeholder consultations are very critical, where feedback is given to the industry as well as to what's the best way forward to enable these best practices that have been developed. So I'll take a pause here and happy to answer any questions, Mansi.
Thanks, Prachi. I'll come to you. I mean, you can build on some things that Prachi said, but I particularly wanted to focus on, the application of some of your technology to building use cases. And I know this because at the World Bank, we have a collaboration with Google in UP, trying to build the open AgriNet. And I wanted to understand from you that, and we've had this discussion many times, there are excellent pilots, very good ideas, but they don't scale. And so you should also comment on it. But so what, according to you, are some of the challenges that you have seen? How can we make, so, until the handholding comes from the big tech or from certain experts, the scaling happens. How do you help these become more vendor agnostic? How do you really empower the ecosystem and the startups to take it forward? And if you want to add on the transparency and standard and industry practices, that would be great.
Sure. First of all, apologies, really bad throat. Delhi Air is doing things to all of us. And thanks for having me here. Thanks to IIGF. I would also like to maybe build kind of a base in terms of why we are doing what we are doing as Google in India. Because what we have seen today, especially in India, is there is an inflection point in terms of what was happening in theory has now started to move to ground. And that's where the kind of sectors that you mentioned come into picture. India has for maybe more than a decade built all those foundations, those digital identities or online payments and whatnot in terms of creating affordable internet devices. All of that is already in place as the foundational piece which is available, on which these kind of products can be built and, as you said, piloted. But the charter ahead is very, very different in terms of moving just from connectivity to capability. And to that also we are very, very optimistic, because today if you look at the ecosystem, India has now become the second biggest ecosystem for the generative AI startups in the world. So that's the kind of adoption and innovation capacity that is available in India. And then we have seen about 4x growth in terms of the overall opportunity and the innovation that is coming. The another unique thing about India is that the kind of diversity and scale it throws at you, it kind of it creates compulsions on you to create solutions which are capable to handle the linguistic diversity, the ethnic diversity, and again have that potential to become a template to be taken to the global south and solve many of that problems at population scale. Now, on these issues, we are a firm believer as Google that AI should be solving India first problems. And the India first problems are the sectors which you just mentioned, like health, education, agri. And that's where we that before taking out all the models at scale, let's go and do a few of the pilots. And that's the best way to actually do it, because then you start to realize in terms of, for example, the data availability could be a challenge. You're asking that what is happening when you're going out and trying to scale the pilots that you have been doing. One very good example that you mentioned, the ALU, the agriculture level, the AMED model that is there for agriculture as well. Similarly, for health, we have something called MedGemma based on our open, Gemma models which are there to be tested. And we are doing it with the very relevant set of stakeholders, like the aims of this world or UP government that you mentioned, the AP government. All of it is there. But when it comes to operationalizing it, then the local partners' capability sometimes becomes a challenge. Because there has to be a whole of the ecosystem support, as you rightly said. We can handhold up to a certain level, and then, of course, after a certain level, a certain time, it has to be let go, and that capability has to be with the local partner to go ahead and create that scale. And then from the government side also, sometimes we have seen some of the procurement issues or the way the models are built in terms of how that can be adopted and scaled can be a bottleneck. But these are not the bigger challenges. The bigger challenge is sometimes the capability in terms of how they are executing it at ground. But we are very hopeful because in past these kind of challenges were many. Now the capabilities are much better, as I told you, in terms of how the startup ecosystem has come up. And also, for example, India AI's efforts like making that compute available to the startup ecosystem. And that's not only government's role. We also believe that the compute capacity should be available both in terms of private and public compute capacity. And then the startups again should be willing to take up the best option that is available to them to create those solutions. Now we also do a lot of work just to overcome these challenges with the startups, like our startup classes are there, the accelerator programs are there, and we have seen some really good startup come out of that. But when they go onto field and try to scale, then they again run into these kind of problems. Right. I would maybe just briefly touch upon the issue about transparency and how we are handling that. One example was already given by Prachi. There is something again which we as Google have released, which we call Synth ID, in terms of how we can create trust about what is being generated by AI. And that's something which is working really well for us. Of course, it is available for our tools, like anything generated by Gemini can be verified using Synth ID. We also, propagate and promote industrial collaborations like C2PA, where we go and promote provenance so that all of us come together and define standards together, which is better and faster way to do it. Because if you go towards the ISOs or any other standard making body, it's a very democratic, long drawn process. So sometimes the speed that is needed and demands a different kind of model for the standards to be created. So I'll just pause there and come back for any other questions.
Very like short follow-up was when you say local capabilities, you're saying the implementing agencies like the local governments, or are you talking about startups?
No, it's both. Sometimes the infra or the capability that is required, the champion which is required on the other side, to drive that continuously, that could be one. And second, as I said, the skill sets, that's where we are also focusing very highly on the skilling and upskilling of the people
Right.
out in the ecosystem. So
Right. So you heard from, before I go to Anita on the risks, I thought you've heard from Amlan, you're part of the governance guidelines. So, you heard from industry, and we've already been talking a lot about the AI mission, the AI summit. There's so much conversation and so much has happened. Wanted to know broadly from your view, where do you think we've made good progress? We have our own, I think, understanding of where we made progress, and where do you think we still need to do work
So you mean as India?
as India?
Yeah. So we have made, as was already mentioned by Rajesh and Amlan and others, that we have made significant progress. We have seen the potential of this technology as they lie. And what we see is that what it can do, especially the generative AI solutions that we are referring to, is to first to see what they can do for other sectors of the economy. I will like to reflect upon what is it doing for us? What are we using it for? When I use it for any chat GPT or any other Gen AI app, I use it for being able to do more with less. If I have to read a 600-page document, I put it there and I get a summary very quickly. Most of us will be doing that. Is there anyone who has done this today? So we do that. We do that. And what we also do is that sometimes if I have to compare 3 documents, I have to make a summary of what all different countries are doing in a particular domain. I kind of give that prompt and I get that out. I could have done the same thing by doing a research, by using traditional modes of gathering information and doing the same thing, coming out with a report. I would have done that, not that it was not possible, but what would have taken 6 to 8 hours we are able to do it in half an hour. So in a way, it makes us more efficient. It makes us more productive. We are able to do with more with less. So if this efficiency and productivity gains that we ourselves are seeing, if we can translate the same efficiency and productivity gains to other sectors of the economy, for example, if we can make a farmer more efficient, the difference between a normal farmer and a progressive farmer is that the progressive farmer has access to the right information with regard to agricultural practices, where to get the inputs, how to save costs, how to maximize his output. This is what in any Kharif Goshti that we would organize across the country, there will always be a segment of farmers who are rewarded because they have had the maximum yield. And if you talk to them, you'll find that they have the connect with the Krishi Vigyan Kendras, they have the connect with the agriculture universities, and they are able to access the right thing. So if we can democratize this access to the right information, if we can make every farmer, every such stakeholder smart in the true sense, so that knowledge doesn't become kind of the sole domain of a few. And if the majority of the people can access that, the agricultural operations can become more productive, the income of the farmers can go up, the overall national income will go up. The same applies in other sectors, like if you look at manufacturing, if you look at MSME, if you look at small retailers, very often there are many retailers who do not even know what is their product mix. The sales data is there, but they are not able to bring out the intelligence out of the sales data. They're not able to find out if they're buying, a small manufacturer is buying in raw materials, where he should buy from, what is the most optimal uh, stock he should retain, where he should sell. If this kind of AI agents are made for these sectors, so that we can make an MSME entrepreneur, or if we can make a small manufacturer, if we can make a retailer more efficient, there are extensive gains which are there. In education sector, very often what we find is that many parts of the country do not have access to quality teachers. Science and maths teachers are not there. I worked for a long time in Nagaland, and I've come across schools who have students, but they don't have quality teachers, and students are deprived of the learning ability which they could have otherwise had. In public schools in Delhi, I find that the teachers who are there in the so-called very high-profile public schools also, the teachers go by the learning ability of the top 10% of the class. When they understand, say yes to Archimedes principle of Pythagoras theorem, they move forward. The average student is shy to ask a question. So can we have AI tutors which can teach students various concepts in their mother tongue and not get bugged with a student if he keeps on asking, pestering with a question? So the possibilities across the economic space, across the social space, whether it's access to healthcare, Rajesh mentioned about some solutions. We have been aware of that. If we can scale up some of these pilots to actual deployment across the country, the possibilities are immense. So the flip side, the advantages are many, but at the same time, while we are building this, we cannot be blind about the risks which are there. Amlan mentioned the approach that we have taken in the India AI mission for the AI guidelines. But I would like to say is that whenever we talk of responsible AI, ethical AI, whether it's Meta, whether it's Google, or whether any of the frontier model companies, none of them say that they are not responsible. All of them are responsible. But yet we see instances wherein a model nudges a child to go and commit suicide. You heard about it, happened very recently. We have seen how models in the last few weeks have been praising their own founders more than any other human which has been lived in this world. So even though the models conform to this principle, but there are inherent weaknesses in the way the models have been trained, either because the data set that they have used for training the models has not been inclusive, for any reason, because of copyright or because of not having sufficient data sets in all cultural contexts, in all languages, or inherent biases which ultimately flow into their business models. So models will claim that they can do everything. Now, no model will say that they are failing at some levels. So what we need to do as governments, as regulators, is to build in regulatory capacity to be able to test models and to be able to ensure that whatever is being offered is safe, trustworthy, ethical, and responsive. Just like there is if I take the analogy with automobile sector, just like we have the licensing authority which licenses which vehicles can fly, which cannot, who can drive a vehicle, who cannot. Just like we have speed limits, we have pollution norms, we have traffic lights. Similarly, we do need to have guardrails when we are deploying AI solutions which are going to impact people at that scale. And for doing so, we do have a very kind of, we came out with AI guidelines which kind of does not prohibit from innovating, but at the same time, Allah seven principles also mention stuff like accountability and liability. So while those who are building these models are offering these solutions and claiming that we are better than any other frontier end model, At the same time, the liability with regard to anything going wrong should be properly apportioned and responsibility has to be taken. So the AI governance guidelines talks about both promoting innovation over restraint, but also prescribing the way in which the guardrails will operate and the way in which responsibility will be attributed to those who are developing and deploying the model.
So any other areas in terms of which, where we haven't achieved as, we have had the intent, whether it is on, I think in this challenge about democratizing the use of the technology, any particulars, I've got instructions to get to very practical suggestions for for the organizers. So what are some of those things that have not happened? Like, why haven't we been able to democratize in your sense? Like, capabilities is one thing he spoke about. Compute, we are already doing what we can with the AI mission, but now it's the market needs to respond. Anything else that comes to your mind where you feel we could fix this? Like, in transparency, we probably need to work a little bit more with the industry in terms of guidelines and when the models can be released, how they need to be audited from time to time. Anything else that comes to your mind?
See, frankly speaking, what we are doing now, even though it may appear to be a lot, but we are actually scraping at the surface. We have not even seen what we will be able to do. We have, of course, made some compute available. We are supporting some foundation models, but we don't have a voice-based service which can be accessed by millions of people. If the efficiency gains, as I was talking about, for farmers and for MSMEs and retailers and for the larger majority, the larger unconnected 500 million people in this country, if they have to start using voice-based services for getting information or finding solutions to the problem that they face, we will need inferencing at scale. And inferencing at scale, when you're looking at 100 million or maybe up to 500 million people doing inferencing, the kind of compute that will be required for real-time voice-based inferencing will be very high. So currently, we do not have that infrastructure. We need to invest into that infrastructure. The other side, especially given that India is a services country, we have lots of very strong ITS sector. We also have to see how we can build our own coding agents. Instead of relying on the GitHub Copilots and Cursor AIs, what will happen is that if we keep on using them for our software developers, ultimately the cognitive advantage that we have as Indians will be transferred to these cursors or the GitHub Copilots, and we will lose that skill that has helped us create an entire IT industry. So we do need to invest in building some cursor equivalents which are Indian, which are indigenous, which are owned by us so that we retain our knowledge. So I would feel that we have a long way to go, whether it's to develop our AI tutors or to develop our coding agents or to build up the compute infrastructure which can allow inferencing at scale.
So, Anita, thank you for being so patient. You've heard a lot, and many of them actually alluded to the larger risks conversations I wanted to bring you into, but more certainly from a society transformation point of view, what the technology really means. And all technologies do transform the society, and that's why, and it's not to say that we don't want to adopt the technology, but we want to understand the risks and manage the transformation better. So in terms of your thinking, what would you imagine are some of the things? Maybe you can start with what you think are the risks. A lot has been discussed, in terms of the biases in the model, in terms of gains coming, to the capital end and not getting democratized. But if there, you could highlight more challenges if you wish to, and then tell us what you think are some of those practical resolutions that government, industry, users of technologies could collectively work upon.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and privilege to be here. I think that I mean, this is like the story of blind men and the elephant, and maybe several elephants. And so for today, perhaps, one could think about the story of caution and risk without, of course, losing sight of the curiosity and magic that we all associate with technology. To the whole question of labor and value. And I just wanted to say that you may all have read the end August piece from Stanford, right? This one was called Canaries in the Coal Mine. 6 facts about the recent employment effects of AI. And this was a large-scale evidence gathering in the US, and it's consistent with the hypothesis that the AI revolution is beginning to have a significant impact, a disproportionate impact on entry-level workers for the first ever time in the American labor market. And this is really about the future of young people and the present of the way in which we structure AI society. So at some level, AI is not just an artifact or a model alone. It's a vector of change that restructures how value is produced, how labor is organized, and often the language of innovation tends to characterize the social impacts and indeed the ecological impacts, which is a very, very important thing of AI on value chains as negative externalities. In economics, we like to use that terminology. And then we tend to frame the problem as fait accompli that needs some kind of amelioration at the edges. So we want to tweak so that we can contain the risk because we can never eliminate the harm. So that is something that we've all bought ourselves into because the force and power of the way in which the technology has been harnessed, data technologies have been harnessed, is indeed, as Abhishek ji rightly pointed out, something that seems to be extremely efficient, extremely alluring, right? But I think AI-driven transformation does require proactive and intentional policy. And this intentionality has to be both at the level of society and at the level of workers' rights. And what we're witnessing in terms of chatbots replacing customer service or IT layoffs or hyperscaling of backend data work, all of this is the early stage of this systemic restructuring. And from a livelihoods and labor rights perspective, and I think India is doing right in terms of thinking about livelihoods as a very broad concept and not just as data work, but more in terms of rights of farmers, how they can integrate AI in a way that really works for small farmers, etc., is actually a couple of things I really want to point to. Firstly, job displacement due to task level automation. Secondly, expansion of precarious data work. And I think India has emerged as one of the most favorable destinations for transnational corporations to outsource their back-end data work. And of course, we've seen some pop culture films also in this regard, emerging. And thirdly, a serious setback that results from concentration of compute. And this is also something that Abhishek ji alluded to. So broadly, what's happening is, compute models, high-value data sets, all of this, seems to really be concentrated in a handful of transnational firms. And that really begs the question, what is it that we believe will take us towards an AI sovereignty mode, right? And that's a very, very big question. And indeed, we have not scratched the surface of it. We really need to broaden our understanding, and we have to take risks, in fact, of challenging a kind of an AI model where the big is celebrated. And one, I think, unitary mode of imagination of AI is over-valorized. And therefore, we should perhaps think of what other kinds of value circles can be built, in traditional and new domains. And what kind of AI infrastructure would that take? Do we need to build in the Silicon Valley manner, or could there be a different way? And so to kind of ease into the recommendations that we might think of, I really want to say that the National AI Guidelines is an excellent start. I think we have been able to think of predictability for industry. That's what industry wants, and they want to know where the compliance requirements are. But we also, I think, hand in hand have to think of constitutionality, right? AI constitutionality for the people. So that predictability also comes with high trust. And this, I think, is a work in progress. And I have 4 broad suggestions. The first is we need to build institutional capacity for labor market foresight. So just like the Stanford study, right? We need to create labor market observatories. We have centers of excellence under the India AI mission, but these also have to start looking at AI-induced disruptions sector by sector, and this is really important. And I think we do need a broader governance, a policy framework that requires employers to publish AI impact assessments on labor. And this is what the EU Platform Work Directive does very, very well. And Brazil's legal framework for AI 2024, this also is, I think, instructive. The second broad suggestion I wanted to give is We look to the state to shape domestic innovation to augment workers, not necessarily displace them always, right? So we really need a different way of thinking of what do you do about jobs that will get displaced? And we're often told that new jobs will come in that place. But how do you then look at regulating AI for red lines? How do you mandate human-centric design for high-impact sectors like healthcare, financial services, where one does see a lot of abuse, right? Fintech services are all, much happens in that penumbra of the unregulated. And we do require firms to justify their automation decisions, right? And this should happen not just through impact assessments, but also through worker consultations. And all of this needs to be part of the policy framework. It's important to start with guidelines, but it's also equally important to move towards policy. Decent work guarantees, I think the ILO has spoken of, and I think this has to be taken very seriously. And we do really have to level the playing field for domestic innovation. Public compute, open data sets, safeguards, preferential treatment of SMEs, etc. And here, I think while signing off on trade agreements with the North, we have to be very careful that we don't sign away our right to treat our SMEs preferentially. The third broad area I want to talk about is thinking about social protection and care as vital cornerstones of 21st century social policy. Without a care policy in place and without large budgets to take care of children and the elderly and a comprehensive care policy in India, we will not be able to have gender equality in the workplace at all. Women's aspirations to participate in the data and AI sphere really is contingent on care policy, as is the social protection policy, vital for enabling, portable social security, for instance, just like our code and social security in India's e-Shram policy also envisages. So we really need to learn from this. And finally, I'd like to recommend that we need to start thinking and imagining worker-centered innovation and democratic distribution of value, data value through new platform design. I would strongly encourage certain pilots to be invested in by MeitY, by state IT missions, etc., for encouraging worker-governed cooperative AI use cases, whether it be in, let's say, millet farming, or it be in urban informal work, like an equivalent of Urban Company. And platform co-ops are not unfashionable. I think they are increasingly gaining traction in different parts of the world. And a final word is that all of this and destabilizing the power equation in the AI field is not going to be possible unless we do institute a data governance framework, a mandatory data sharing arrangements to harness data for public value creation. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Excellent suggestions, Anita. Thank you so much. I think very refreshing to hear some of these ideas. Really liked the ones on the labor market observatory. I think it's absolutely mandatory. And even the evidence that you're seeing from the West, it's already quite shocking. And the assumption is that because our markets are not so formalized, we may be slower to see these changes, but it's still good to be prepared and to do this in advance so that we can minimize these transition costs. I'm going to do a very quick round with each one of you, like literally a minute, on aspirations for the AI Impact Summit. Like, what is it? What are those outcomes, deliverables, guidelines that you want to see from the AI Impact Summit that actually have longevity and translate into something meaningful in the long run? So 1 minute each, starting from you.
So, as I mentioned, it is India's moment. So this India AI Impact Summit should ensure that India is able to provide a guidance in terms of how to solve for the social issues and social problems. There should be an emergence of some kind of a framework where industry, academia, startups, and government can collaborate better to create solutions which are relevant and scalable at the kind of problems that India is seeing. So, and then finally, in terms of responsible AI related issues, I think there is, of course, a dedicated working group. But there as well, it has to be seen that anything that is created is also in harmony with where the world is also moving. It should not be an isolated kind of approach or arrangement, which is only looking at some narrow, local issues. So these would be the top three for me.
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah, like deliverables, I will be very short and crisp. So what I will say is that number one, I would like to work with the global community to set up set up an instrument with which we can to ensure democratizing of AI resources, especially compute, datasets, algorithms. If we can have a funding facility which kind of ensures that this problem across the world is resolved. Number two, I would like to work with the global community to set up a repository of AI use cases, especially in key sectors of healthcare, agriculture, education. So these AI use cases, preferably in open source, can be available for deployment in any country of the global south. Number three, we would like to develop something called AI Commons, which will be tools for ensuring responsible and ethical deployment of AI, which will include tools for bias mitigation, ethical AI certification, anonymization, stress testing. So this can be tools that the whole world can contribute, but it will be like an AI commons which everyone can use and deploy. Fourth, I would like to get a framework for capacity building, especially in the public sector, developed along with various kind of competencies identified and ensuring that we are able to augment the regulatory capacity as also the ability of public government departments and public servants to use AI for making services better. And last but not the least, I would call upon the frontier AI models that if they can make a voluntary commitment to disclose the use case pattern of these models and the impact it can making on various professions so that we can look at the impact it is making on labor markets and jobs across. So this will be like a voluntary commitment with the frontiers, the six models that we have. If they can make, that will be something that that can become very useful for sovereign governments across the world.
You, sir. I hope everyone's listening. um, Prachi.
Thank you, Mansi. I think a lot of what I was thinking has already been said by Sir. But just to reiterate, I believe that categorizing the actions under each of the seven chakras, I think that's pretty important. And for that, industry coming together with government, civil societies, and the repository, the use case repository is a great example. So is the AI Kosh, where India AI has taken the lead in sort of getting all the data sets together. Secondly, that I would like to mention is that India has a great history of managing regulation and innovation. So a request that as part of this summit, this is India's moment. It will be good to put this forward to all the governments that we need a interoperable technology neutral approach to AI governance. I think that will be one very critical part. And then lastly, leveraging India's DPI approach, which is again powered by open source and open standards. And this is what Abhishek sir also mentioned about what the government is thinking. I think this is truly aligned with how we are looking at the Impact Summit. Hamza?
Yeah, look, great list already. I think three things from my perspective. One, I think just given the time moment that we're in, right? There's this whole question of which people are calling the AI paradox. There's just so much infrastructure, so much investment going in, building out this infrastructure. There's a question about where is the ROI, and I think the ROI is going to come from impact, and that's why the fact that we're calling this an impact summit is I think so timely and important. So I'm really keen to see that this summit actually demonstrates that impact in terms of ROI on investments being made. And how do you do that? When you show that it's improving people's lives, it's having actual tangible outcomes on agricultural productivity, health improvements, and so on. I think that in some ways addresses the AI paradox. So I'm keen to see the impact, and I'm keen to see metrics for how we understand impact. Right? It's about scale, adoption. What are the metrics that we would use around the world to measure impact? So I'm keen to see that. Two, on governance, I think to Prachi's point, totally agree. I think obviously India's proposed this, I think, unique kind of approach, a third way, balancing risk and innovation. It would be good to see if there's a possibility for, a global charter on the basis of this, not, particularly unique to India, but of course, something that I think the global South as a whole really believes is important for them to, really bridge that gap between how developing countries and advanced AI economies are operating. And finally, I think on that point, I'm keen to see, a coalition being developed that recognizes some of these issues where India and other global South countries are at the leading edge of this, right? And this is really obviously in terms of future global governance debates. So for the AI summit to have some legacy institutions that can follow, not just at this that don't end at the summit. So a coalition that's focused on impact, that's focused on inclusive development, with India and other global South countries at the forefront, and not as an exclusionary tactic to what the global North is doing, but really as a bridge, right? To say if for future global governance debates, to have a global South, global North bridge through these different coalitions.
Great. Yeah. I think like in terms of prioritizing the Global South needs, that Anita already spoke about the impact assessments in her previous remarks. So I think I'll try to marry the two later. But Anita, any other final takeaways from you already gave us a very long list of things that should be done, but anything particularly from the Impact Summit point of view?
Yeah, so the outcomes of the summit, I think, will not only be in the sense of a statement or a declaration that come out as a unified voice of the community that is gathered. It was very instructive and extremely emboldening to listen to Abhishek ji, and all of these things we have as civil society also advocated, from the perspective of the Global South, the AI Commons, pooling compute power, a framework for capacity building. I just wanted to say that as civil society, we think that there is a place for AI to be shaped as a public good that can be governed democratically in the world, both in the global arena and also in the national context. And so the aspiration is for the summit to galvanize an explicit need and mandate for a future international multilateral treaty on AI that can set the bar high for humane AI futures, right? And of course, for the summit itself, to create public awareness in India around a very, very significant issue for everybody and not just the experts and the tech community, so that we can benchmark AI norms and rules that India can then embrace, set for itself, rooted very much in the reality that is India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, 5 minutes are left. Sorry, I meant to give 15, but questions from the audience. Okay. Okay, somebody can pass around the mic. Please introduce yourself, but keep your questions very brief so that we can give as many people a chance to speak.
Okay, I am Astor Singhal. I am a person with visual impairment. So as you are aware, there are more than 130 crore persons with disabilities across the world. So like, is there any AI maximum 4% digital platforms are accessible for persons with disabilities. So data set is already biased. Means that data set is not accessible for persons with disabilities. So like, is there any work going on so data set can become accessible? So AI can output the result accessible, and so programming which developer do can also become accessible. So in the end, digital platforms can become accessible. And second question, please. Okay.
Thank you. We'll get to the answers.
Hi everyone, I'm Aishwarya. I work for the Fair Forward project at GIZ. My question is on the procurement of AI solutions by the government. The biggest challenge is the government cannot reliably assess the solutions that they're procuring. Do you think, and my question is to Mr. Singh, do you think the traditional procurement guidelines that are existing in the government are enough for AI, or do you foresee any special set of guidelines for procuring AI that you want to come up with? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. My name is Pankaj Chaturvedi. I'm from ISP Association of India. Speaking out of from a personal capacity. I'm a user of AI, and in some of the instances I have seen that the data set which comes out of the resultant has many errors, and it has also been seen in some of the cases in the Supreme Court and the High Court that the advocates are heavily relying on the AI. And that's there in the news as well, that many of the paragraphs quoted by the councils in their actions are non-existent. So my question is that who is responsible, and is there asterisks in the AI, which the report which comes out that they do not rely completely on this, because if the data is coming out is erroneous, so people who are depending, like we're talking about being used by the masses, so who's going to check that? Is there mechanism to see to it that whosoever is throwing that output is validated? Thank you.
I think one last question.
Yeah, hi panel. So as we are talking about adoption of AI and the governance, so I just want to put up that are we also considering to secure? How will we secure? Are we allocating the budget and what are the steps the government are taking to secure the data? So just like a recent example that there was a glitch in Delhi airport, and now they have formed a cybersecurity team to look after. So is the government taking steps prior to adopting AI?
Okay, one last gentleman in the middle, he has his hand up. Actually, I meant for the person in front, but okay.
Please, Karim.
Good afternoon. I'm Rajiv Agrawal and independent telecom and IT consultant. So my question to that all panelists, that, Mr. Abhishek told about the guardrails of our AI solution to the responsible AI solution. So do you think that there is a need of our to standardize the test cases or use cases or KPIs to test any AI solution which complies with that Indian policy of the Indian context and context?
Thank you. I'll just summarize the questions. One was on disabilities, solutions for solutions and tools that we have for the disabled community, procurement of AI solutions, biases in the model, and I think those last two questions were a bit similar on assessing before adopting. So we'll start with you and everyone
Yes,
else.
I'll
please.
just quickly go through the few which concern the government directly. Accessibility, very, very important question, and it's whether AI or not. Whenever we are doing anything digital, we cannot have digital haves and have-nots. We have been working on, MeitY has we follow the guidelines, the GW guidelines that we call our guidelines of Government of India's websites, in which all websites have to be accessible. There are accessibility widgets that are mandatory. We do regular audits of all the government website to ensure that they conform to those standards. And similarly, when we are doing AI applications and models, again, without inclusive data, and when we are looking at inclusion, disability is one part, accessibility has other dimensions also, accessibility in all languages, voice enabled. So all those dimensions do become a part of making. So while the aspiration is there, but to say that we are yet there, not yet, but we do have the intention and do the norms to ensure that whichever AI applications and models are developed are meet needs of the differently abled as well. In fact, many AI companies are also building tools which can address some of these, like whether it's hearing impairment or whether visually impairment. There are people who are coming with cameras, and in fact, Elon Musk and all are coming on Neuralink and all, which will again ultimately help in solving these problems in a much different scale. So that's what it is. Now, with regard to procurement, yes, it is. See, government procurement rules allow all kinds of procurement. I can do an open tender. I can do a nomination-based procurement. I can decide that I want to, suppose I have to buy MacBooks. We do buy MacBooks. So we decide, because MacBooks Apple only makes. So we cannot run a tender that all those companies who are making MacBooks can bid. It doesn't happen. So we can do procurements as specific solutions. AI also similarly very often, so whatever AI solution is there is specific to a particular company or a particular solution provider or vendor. So it can be done. One will need to justify why we are doing so. But sometimes people refrain away from doing because there are questions which are asked. So what we have been doing to solve this is that we run innovation challenges and hackathons, in the sense that if I have to procure a solution for, say, an AI-based application that we did recently for identifying where minerals can be found for Geological Survey of India. We say that whosoever is providing the solution and whosoever is evaluated to the best will be given X amount of money, a crore or whatever the amount, for a contract for a year. So that the service is procured through the solution for running an innovation challenge. So you are able to find the best solution to a problem statement and then also procure it and deploy it. So that's the way we are doing it for procurement of solutions. Then the other question. Yeah, assessment of solutions. Yeah, the AI governance guidelines is the first step. The next step will be to developing such tools to test AI applications and models. And towards this objective, the governance guidelines have prescribed an institutional framework, whether it's the government governance group or whether the technology group which will be looking into it, plus the AI safety institute that we have set up. They will be working to develop such tools which will help us in testing these applications and models. What we need is create benchmarks for testing these models on Indian languages and Indian context. AI for Bharat has done some work in this direction, but we need to further take this up. Then we will also need to do some red teaming exercises in which we see how these models behave on prompts in Indian languages. And of course, bias can only be mitigated if the data sets are more inclusive. We are working with all the model service providers to ensure that they test their models for bias mitigation and then only deploy it. That can add.
If you all want to respond to the bias question. Question was that the models are throwing up biased results or incorrect outputs. So whose liability is that?
Yeah, I think that, of course, we work very closely with government and we leave it open to them in terms of deciding, of course, we contribute, but our part we are playing. For example, the latest Gemini 3 that we have released, whatever sir is mentioning in terms of red teaming or being tested by a safety institute, also ensuring the data sets are as clean and as unbiased as possible. All of these things are ticked. We got it tested by a safety institute. We did a lot of red teaming on the model before releasing it. So that is there. And then just to touch upon the question about how the tools are, making sure the disadvantaged group also take care of that. There's a lot of option, not just on the AI tools, but as platforms also. So Android has a, camera point facility. It can read aloud for you. There is a guided frame which helps people take selfies, in fact, with low vision. There's a screen reader feature that is available in all the meeting tools. There is a caption that is there for people with low vision, can be increased contrast, etc. And as sir pointed out, it is all evolving because the AI tools have just come into picture. Other platforms, for example, other operating systems, etc., have those features in a much more advanced way, but AI tools will gradually adopt and become much more accessible during the times to come.
Prachi, you want to add anything?
Small point on accessibility. So, like Rajesh mentioned, I think the future of AI is to make technology accessible and democratize it. And I just give a small example of the Meta Ray-Bans that we have launched in India also now, that has accessibility features and it has various tools and app. One of the examples that I can think of is Be My Eyes, which actually is something that helps the low vision and blind people to sort of navigate their ways through. So this is the future of technology that we all are working to, and I'm sure we'll do address all these concerns in the coming future.
Thank you, Prachi. Online, Anita, Amlan, any responses to the questions or any last words?
Yeah, just wanted to say that the question of both public procurement and liability, they are going to be really, really very big. They're already elephants in the room. I do think that there is something to take out of the rather long drawn but extremely instructive case in Australia of robo-debt, particularly in relation to the social security and social welfare systems. And at the end, the government committed to looking very, very closely at co-design. How do you engage communities when you design something, especially in social welfare provisioning? What do you do about transparency, accountability, etc.? I just wanted to say that these are vital questions, especially from the perspective of users and citizens.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up the accessibility question as well. And I think we often think about regulation as stifling innovation. I think on this particular issue, we should be thinking about regulation as supporting innovation. And if there is ever a need, I think, or an issue on which we should be thinking about regulation to serve the public interest, it's this issue. So I can think of at least two ways, right? I often hear from some people in labs that, it was only when the government mandated that smartphones have Indic language support that they built that support. And so I think there is definitely a role for regulation to ensure that AI models, applications, ensure that there is a use for persons with disabilities. And second, I think Anita was making the point about data sharing. I'm not particularly in favor of forced regulatory mandates for data sharing for a variety of reasons, but I do think this is, again, an area where we need to build incentives where companies are able to share more data about how persons with disabilities are using their platforms. And this can only serve the public interest where a group of different companies come together, share data about how people are using this to be able to improve models in the future. So I definitely think this is a ripe case for more voluntary data sharing. And if that doesn't work, then of course we should move to regulatory mandates.
Thank you. So we already have validation from the audience that this was a good panel, but thank you so much. I think it was a very engaging discussion with lots of good ideas that we'll put together. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Prachi. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Amlan and Anita. Very proactively engaging despite being online. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed for that very interesting interactive session we had. Thank you, ma'am, for wonderfully moderating it. I would request our distinguished session moderator, Ms. Mansi Kedia, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to panelists present here with us. We present to Shri Abhishek Singh Ji, Additional Secretary Mighty and CEO, India AI Mission. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and gracing this occasion. We present to Ms. Prachi Bhatia, Public Policy Manager, Meta, and to Mr. Rajesh Ranjan, India Lead of Core Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google. And may I request Shri Devesh Tyagi ji, CEO Nixi, to kindly do the honors of felicitating our distinguished moderator, Ms. Mansi Kedia, and requesting Tyagi sir to kindly join the panel for a group photograph, and at the same time requesting Ms. Anita Gurumurthy to kindly play her video, and Mr. Amlan also to kindly play the videos one after the other. First, we go ahead. Sorry, I thought I would request you to kindly be on the video so that we can capture you in the group photograph. They've logged out. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings, inviting all of you to kindly join us for lunch. And we would like to inform the next sessions are parallel sessions from 2:30 onwards. We will be breaking this hall into two halls. Hall number one is this, where we are standing. Hall number two will be on the other end. And of course, we have the Willow Hall, which you all have been attending the workshops at. At hall number one, we will have the workshop on digital well-being as a right, bridging mental health and safety in the digital inclusion discourse. Hall number two will be building trust in synthetic media through responding innovation and governance. And in Willow Hall, we will be discussing on building a fair, accountable, and inclusive platform, economy, social protection, governance, and the future of digital work. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topics you are interested in, kindly attend the respective workshops in hall number 1, 2, and Willow Hall. Thank you, which will commence from 2:30 p.m. sharp. No worries. And I didn't expect कि online वाले इतनी जल्दी offline चले जाएंगे. And secondly, I need of the if I am the who first let me coordinate who's handling the workshop. Okay. So then I have hall number 1.
Check. Hello. Hello. Check. 1, 2. Test check. Hello. 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 Check 1. Check 1, 2. Test check. Hello. 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 Check 1. Check 1. Check 1, 2. T. Check. Hello. सनी चेक कर लो. Check. Hello. 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 Check 1, 2. Test check. Hello. Hello. Check 1, 2. Check. Hello.
Enjoyed the sumptuous lunch served to us by India Habitat Center and our gracious host, Nixie, BIF, and BE, that is Bharat Exhibitions. We are now all set to move ahead with the proceedings of our first workshop here, which is actually workshop number 3, titled Digital Wellbeing as a Right, Bridging Mental Health and Safety in the Digital Inclusion Discourse. So our next session, which is titled Digital Wellbeing as a Right, Bridging Mental Health and Safety in the Digital Inclusion Discourse, explores one of the most urgent and human dimensions of our digital future. As billions come online, digital inclusion cannot be measured by access alone. It must also safeguard mental health, emotional resilience, and online safety. This session examines how platforms, policies, communities, and technologies can work together to ensure that digital spaces are not just accessible, but healthy, empowering, and safe for all. We now begin this important conversation on recognizing digital well-being as a fundamental right in the evolving internet ecosystem. And may I invite on stage our moderator and panelists to kindly come up and begin the proceedings of the workshop.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I think post-lunch sessions are tricky, but we're going to try and keep your energies up. Hopefully, the glucose spike helps. I am Preksha Malhotra. I'm an independent media researcher based here in New Delhi, and I'm also a fellow at the Youth India Internet Governance Forum. We're very pleased to have all of you here for this very important and timely discussion on understanding how digital well-being can be made a fundamental part, an intrinsic part of our digital ecosystem. With me, I have our stellar panelists, two of them here in the room and two virtually. In no particular order, I'm pleased to introduce
Uttara Ganesh, Public Policy Lead at Snap Inc., joining us virtually on screen. Hi, Uttara, lovely to have you. Thank you for taking out the time. We have Siddharth Deb, Director Public Policy at the Quantum Hub, over here in person to my left. Sakshi Ghai, Assistant Professor of Psychology and Behavioral Science at the London School of Economics and Political Science, joining us virtually. Thank you so much for being here, Sakshi. Aheta Gangavarpu, Founder, Youth IGF, India, on my left again. Thank you so much for taking out the time, everyone. So I wanted to start this discussion by just getting to know the room a little. And I was curious to understand that how do you all associate with technology? Can I have a show of hands for people who've actually grown up with technology over here in the room? One, two, three, four, five, six. It's like a 50-50 in the room. Wow, that's interesting, including my panelists. Wow. So I think technology in itself has evolved the way we look at our world, everyday lives. And while some of us see it in everyday conversations now for sure, but some of us have actually grown up with it and some have adapted to it. But all these conversations and all these, I think, underpinning aspects influence how we interact with technology, with social media, and communication in general, what we call computer-mediated communication in academic terms. Over here through this panel, I think with our four lovely panelists who each bring a very nuanced perspective to this conversation, we're going to try and understand that how is it we can make this a more tangible and a more serious part of our everyday conversations and policy discussions. So I'm just going to open this question actually to the panelists as well for quick inputs. How do you all associate with technology, or how have you grown up with it essentially and see it change? I'm just curious to know. Sakshi, I see you the most intrigued by the question. I'm gonna put you on the spot and ask maybe. You'll have to unmute and then. Could you make sure that the speakers have co-host access and they can unmute? Yes, we have you. Yes.
Brilliant. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for organizing this panel. Such a privilege to join virtually. It's 9 a.m. here, so I'm going to try and be articulate. Yeah, I was most intrigued by this question because I was trying to think about the first time I had access to social media. And I believe it was very much when I went to college. So I would say at the age of 17, 18, I had first access and first exposure. And of course, those were days of Orkut and very early days of Facebook. So I saw a very different social media landscape. Naturally, what kids are used to now is the world looks very, very different. And with that comes very important questions because, of course, digital use today is much more heterogeneous than what it was. Internet serves as a lever to access everything from learning, income generation, job search, social support, entertainment, to even civic participation. And I'm sure we'll dig into a lot of that. So I would say my exposure was very much from college onwards. So definitely not the adolescence, which is what I study and focus on.
Interesting. Thank you, Sakshi. I think you mentioned the heterogeneity of the medium right now and how teenagers, of course, are exposed to it. And the fact that you studied this demographic while you weren't exposed to internet before that, I think that's very interesting. We'll get to that. Uttara, what about you? You'll have to ask her to unmute, please. The screen seems frozen while this is navigated. I'm going to put Siddharth on the spot, actually. Siddharth, what do you think?
Okay, no worries. So I think my point of view is slightly different from Sakshi's, which is my initial exposure to the internet was around when I was really young. I was going to cyber cafes and so on and so forth to just uh, follow the news, speak to new people. Eventually, as I got my first computer, let's say in class 7 or class 8, it became a gateway for me to access new movies, new music, and explore new things that perhaps I didn't have access to when I was really young, and it kind of helped broaden my worldview. Over time, I started accessing the first generation of kind of social media websites, which were Orkut, as Sakshi mentioned, and then High Five and MySpace and stuff like that. Then over time, there was a critical mass where a lot of people in high school joined Facebook, and that's when I saw that when there were a lot of people on Facebook, there was a certain performative aspect to it, which even was intuitive back then when we were young. People used to get into what people called Facebook fights and things like that. And you could tell that they were putting on a bit of a persona. But nevertheless, the beauty of the internet and social media was the ability to connect with new people, to find like minded people, and to be able to really explore your tastes and preferences. Around the time of the Arab Spring is when I saw people were talking about, hey, what is this internet? What is this new social media? Do we need to start controlling it? And the interesting thing was that that conversation on the control of the internet and regulation around it was being driven by really, let's say, older generations and older people who may not actually understand the nuances of how these ecosystems and new websites and communities worked. So they were talking in abstraction without understanding the specificity. And that kind of actually drove my interest to get into the world of internet and technology governance, because I thought young people at the time needed to have more of a voice in that conversation. And interestingly enough, there's this recurring pattern right now where the conversation on online safety and online regulation for children is coming up. And I feel again, young people are not necessarily having a say in the conversation about how the ecosystems that they access should be governed, and to what extent should they have access, and to what extent there need to be safeguards. So I'll just pause there.
Of course, thank you. I think how and how much do speakers mention the youth essentially has a say in the debate is going to be a point we'll touch on a lot. Ahita.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I think I agree with a lot of the points that Siddharth mentioned because I'll be honest, my first proper interaction with the internet, something that truly excited me was when I was in school, probably in my fifth or sixth grade, there was a dial-up modem at home. And I used to play games on Miniclip. So on this platform, I used to play a lot of games. So there was this one particular game that I used to play where you were a penguin and used to walk around doing a couple of things like going slow, some kind of activities in that particular ecosystem. And you couldn't swear. So even if you use the slightest bad word or something that could be derogatory to somebody of a culture or just otherwise, it used to immediately flag and send a message to the parent. So I think it started off there, and then much later in high school, I got my phone because as a female, and I was to take up a lot of classes, so my parents wanted me to have something for my safety, with the scratching, getting your data back, and then using the internet. So I think that is how I started using the internet extensively, and then eventually in college, I was on WhatsApp, I was using Facebook, and a lot of other social media platforms. So I think that has been my exposure to it. But now that I think about it, from the very first exposure to the internet and using a platform for gaming as a kid, just entering my teenage, um, there was a lot of control. There was some effort put in by that particular platform to make sure that I felt safe and the other people were safe from me if at all, I was somebody who could potentially harm them.
Amazing. Second time's the charm. Uttara, should we try again?
Hi, yeah, hopefully you can hear and see me both now.
Yes.
Thanks so much for having me and also for accommodating me to participate online. It's an important conversation and Snap has lots to say about the subject, so very, very grateful. Now, in terms of how I've experienced technology and the internet, right? I'm also an older millennial. So much like everybody else on the panel, I have memories of having a dial-up modem at home and like a desktop computer. And really, right, I think, I don't know if others relate, but to me, it seems as if experiencing the internet as a younger person was very much about like after school, going home and having like scheduled time to go and be for a bit on like Hotmail and Messenger and chat with my friends who I already just met in high school. And like, be on Orkut and look up music and download things like that. So it was really very much a portal into culture and at the time, very in a really cool way, very consciousness expanding, right? Because we had access to all these subcultures and ways of thinking and being that we did not have otherwise in just television and the culture we were exposed to. on like off the internet. So there was that. And I think that for me, right, I think over the years, and of course we're still all, I mean, I have to admit, I think I'm pretty chronically online, as a lot of us are today, you know. And I think what's is striking to me about the way we experience the internet today, even as older adults with much more agency, is that it went from being a thing that was fun to do in the evening, like a scheduled activity, to now it becoming sort of pernicious under your skin and ubiquitous in your life, right? Like there's every aspect of our lives requires the internet. I wake up in the morning and I look at my phone, I look at my emails, and the level of dependence that we have today to do anything in our lives, you know, it depends a lot on the on various tools that are online. And yeah, that's pretty striking to me. I think it's some, I don't know, I'll sometimes have these moments in the middle of like a walk or something about how little time we spend just in our bodies and in our spaces, you know, and are inhibiting really this virtual space. So it is quite striking how that's changed, like the quality of our experience.
Of course, thank you. I think I wanted to set the stage, make this relatable for you all to also understand where we're coming from, and I think why the theme matters. There's no debate about it, but it's good to, I think, just understand your perspective on it. And B, from all of the various Hotmail, Messenger, Orkut, whatever you guys have told me, you've told me a lot about your generations, you know. So, understanding this a little more, Ahita, I wanted to ask you. So we're talking specifically about digital well-being and the youth. Since you've been spearheading a body that works towards making sure that the youth are included in the voice of decision making, especially in the internet governance space. How do you see that the Indian ecosystem, the Indian digital media ecosystem, is different from the rest of the world? What sets us apart?
Wow. Okay, that's a good question. Um, all right, so I think I just want to say that when we talk about digital inclusion, if there is no digital well-being, then it's not empowering. It is creating a very vulnerable space for them. It's leading to exposure. So this topic itself becomes super important for us to discuss today at this platform. And since I already mentioned, like as a young person who's grown up with the technology, with the internet, um, I debate becomes important and super relevant to me personally. And if you look at India, we in the last decade or a little more than a decade, we brought a lot of young people online. There is affordable internet. There is a lot of opportunities for people to connect. Devices also, to some extent, are affordable for people to join the internet. You see, and internet is not only for social media. Internet people are running their livelihoods on that. So the only thing that I see is for a young people, for a young person, you'd face challenges. And even at Youth IGF India, we see a lot of young people coming in and talking about how they face online harassment. There's challenges of deepfake. There's cyberbullying and an extensive amount of misinformation that can create some polarized opinions. So I think
make a fair point. I get the picture. There's a lot of things that.
But yeah, correct. So from an Indian context, we see all the e-meetings that we have where we attend these IG events. You see like a lot of the Western influences there in the type of debates that happen. In Indian context, we see there is difference within the young people. You have multi stakeholders within it also. It's not a singular demography, right? And then you see different people from different languages, different cultures, different sets of experiences, different levels of affordability, availability of opportunities. So I think that is a critical component that affects the way that we should be looking at digital well-being from an Indian context. And the kind of policies that we create around it should be influenced by the way that young people are living. So it becomes important that these policies are co-created with the young people, not after the harm has happened and not after there is some repercussion of a technology on them.
Amazing, thank you. Sakshi, to pick on the thread that Ahita started talking about how young people are affected, since you research on this population, especially teenagers, I was curious to know that with respect to young people, especially in a demographic such as India, where the access to technology is uneven, how do you see the demographic, adapt to this access to technology?
Yeah, it's a really pertinent question. And I mean, I want to start by first contextualizing where we are from the academic perspective. And much of research, at least from the trying to measure the psychological impact on well-being, on online safety, is very skewed to the Western context. And, that's no news. And I almost don't even feel like we need to even stress much upon it because that's sort of a given now. But I think what's becoming more and more urgent is, of course, I'm hearing a lot on the panel that there should be a focus on youth and youth co-creating. But also the very much nature of well-being and how we define well-being is also quite different when we even within a country like India. We're talking about, are we talking about urban adolescents? Are we talking about rural adolescents? Are we talking about rural women? And I can definitely say that there's much heterogeneity there. And while it's context dependent and while it can open and unlock a lot of opportunities, it brings with it risk of exposure to a lot of harms. And one harm I'd like to add on the table is also something I study, which is technology facilitated child sexual abuse and exploitation, which is so rampant. Yet very little is talked about. So I think from a research and an academic perspective, much is known from the Western lens. The impacts on mental health are very polarizing, they're very debated. I think evidence globally suggests that's a moderate effect of digital access on mental health. What that means is that at least a lot of studies have focused on contextualizing how uh, access to internet, social media particularly, is worsens mental health outcomes, leads to anxiety, depression. I will caveat and say a lot of that is based on cross-sectional data. It's not causal. So there's a lot that one needs to wrestle with, even within the literature, and I would say that it's very complex, this space, and it's getting even more complex when you add all the different layers of heterogeneity in a massively diverse country like India. Yeah, and introducing and thinking about the diversity of adolescence that exists, not only within the urban, sitting in Delhi context, or in other parts of the country, but also in the varying context within India, particularly rural women. And I can keep on going, but I'll stop here because I'm sure others have a lot to add as well.
Thank you for that, Sakshi. I think a few points that I'll request the others to also comment on. But before that, Uttara, I'm curious to know. So Snap, I think as a platform, really represents a young energy, and I think also a platform where people feel the urge of staying connected a lot. What are the kind of usage patterns do you see here in India, and how do people, sort of the youth, relate to the platform, but at the same time interact with it?
Thanks, Briksha. So, in terms of what we see in India, you're right. So, let me just level set. About 80% of our user base in India is between the ages of 13 and 24. Okay, so we are a predominantly young platform, and we find ourselves to be quite popular with this demographic, right? In terms of usage patterns, what we've seen in India specifically, I mean, this is especially true in India, but also generally true all over the world, is that the primary reason that people come to Snapchat is to use the camera. Okay, those that might have used, we're all older millennials, so I don't expect that we're all Snapchat users in the moment. But you might remember from many years ago that the reason Snapchat was so popular was because it had disappearing messages and had a chat function, right? And it also essentially allowed for the use of AR lenses in a sort of playful, irreverent way to communicate with your friends and family. So really, right, one thing I want to underscore is that the use case here is one-to-one communication. It's a chat, and because it's a little bit more lighthearted and it's disappearing messages, it's a slightly different use case than a town square type of social media where folks are trying to, really put on a show for a large audience of people or quote unquote go viral, right? This to me is important to mention because I feel like when we talk about social media, we sort of tend to think about it as a monolith, as if, Reddit and Snapchat and LinkedIn and Discord and many other apps are all analogous to each other from a social function perspective, right? I think it's really important to underscore that some platforms, for instance, are town squares. It's where people go to share information widely, and the way that information flows there is quite different from a platform where one-to-one communication occurs. So this is something I wanted to highlight. And by the way, this is not to say that just because it's one-on-one communication, we don't see harm. We absolutely do, and we're super clear-eyed about the fact that we need to ensure from a design perspective that the app is able to take a safety by design led approach to preventing harm as much as possible, as opposed to post facto addressing risks that have already come alive, right? The things that have already happened to our users. So the first part I said is yes. Your first question was what are the usage patterns? I've answered that. If I may just take the liberty to answer a broader sort of theme that has come out between the comments that Ihita and Sakshi have made as well, right? I think what's really striking to us as Snap is that the platforms today have so much ubiquity and they're so central to the lives of young people that it is no longer okay for us to take a post facto approach towards keeping people on the internet safe, right? Or people online safe, especially young people, because their levels of maturity and agency may be quite different from somebody who's older, right? In recognize it is we know that really well at Snap, and I think it's because of that we think and we advocate all over the world through our policy work that safety by design as a concept needs to be in a sense central to the way regulation is designed as well, right? So regulation ought to encourage platforms to design their interface more responsibly such that safety questions are central to the product development lifecycle as opposed to a post facto thing where the harm already occurs, then you take a piece of content down, or something already goes viral and then you act on it post facto, right? So that's very much the way we think about it. There's several things we do. This is not to say that we're perfect. There's lots of things that all of us need to continue to do to be alive to the lived experience of people on the internet, young people on the internet specifically. So we do a lot of work across India to try and do our best to understand the pulse of our users and also make sure that is fed back into the company's thinking about the product itself, right? So all of that to say, I just think that design is important from a well-being perspective, but also I hope I answered your more direct question as well.
Amazing. Thank you. I think what Uttara and what Sakshi said, I think bring me to you, Siddharth. We were talking about something Sakshi mentioned, which is an urban adolescence versus a rural adolescence. That's a very nuanced way of defining how we look at things. In India, in the regulatory landscape, we've been seeing conversations about, whether we let adolescents or young adults essentially access technology, whether we age gate it, which is essentially not letting them access it without an adult supervising, and conversations so on and so forth. How do you think that the policy landscape essentially is representative of the youth as a population when we're looking at digital well-being? Could you touch on that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it kind of builds on the conversation that has taken place so far. I think just to get everyone on the same page right now, in terms of the regulatory proposals that we see in India, we see that policymakers, for whatever reason, are treating all people below the age of 18 under one broad brushstroke and not really accounting for the heterogeneities of user behavior and user experiences, something that Sakshi was speaking about earlier in the conversation. That's step one. The second thing is there's an onerous kind of burden that policymakers, through the regulations that they're proposing, they're trying to place it on parents and trying to say that it's actually the responsibility of the parents to supervise safe online experiences for their kids under the age of 18. So now, while these are the proposals, I don't think that I think there is quite a big gap between that and actually what is the level of access to the internet that young people in India have, as well as the nature of the access to internet and digital services. So I'll get to that. So one thing is that TQH has come out with an online safety study of women and children in India. It released that last month. And I'd encourage everyone in the room to kind of go through it. But our sister organization is called the Young Leaders for Active Citizenship. And they do a lot of work on the ground, working with young people, young students, in terms of safe internet practices under something known as the Digital Champions Program. So between 2022 and 2023, we did a survey of 10,500 young people below the age of 18 And this was in Delhi, in Rajasthan, in Jharkhand, and I want to say Uttar Pradesh. So those were the four states. And some interesting patterns arose, right? One is that even though policymakers talk about the fact that parents should keep their kids safe, 82% of the respondents suggested that they are the ones that actually help their parents access the internet in a safe and trusted manner. In fact, even just the other day, I was having a conversation with a stakeholder that's building products for people in tier 3 and tier 4 areas. And they, in fact, describe young people or children as the CTOs, the chief technology officers of their households. So you're understanding that is the real dynamic that takes place on the ground, whereas what is being proposed by policymakers. Another thing to keep in mind is when you're giving the decision making power to parents, one thing that we saw is that 77% of these respondents were saying that they access the internet in highly regulated environments where it's a shared device, where there's a single device in every household, and then kids have access to either their father's device or their mother's device, and so on and so forth. Within that, what we saw is that girls have a disproportionate ability to access digital services. And a slightly peculiar trend that we noticed in the data was that as girls get older, that's when access actually starts reducing. So you can even see that the data indicates that some of the patriarchal social norms that exist within India bleed themselves into when parents are making decisions in terms of people can access the internet or not. And that is something that is very important to keep in mind when we're thinking about online safety is we need to also keep a parallel priority for digital inclusion and digital access. So in that context, I think it's important to also think about the fact that India, even though it has such large number of internet users, which is 950 or 970 million people, there's a large number of people who are outside that bracket, firstly. The second part is India has a very large gender digital divide. So what that means is, let's say, for example, as per data on the last round of the NFHS data, which is the National Family Health Survey, they found that men are twice as more likely to have access to an internet device as women. So 50% of rural men will have access to the internet, whereas 25%. And even when we look at data from Pratham's annual student report that comes out, and the last one was in 2024, again, that's where boys were having more access to the internet over girls. So whenever we're having this conversation on online safety, it's really important to think about internet usage patterns and what is the level of access being given to these different groups, and we need to kind of try and disaggregate the data in terms of boys, girls, people from other marginalized communities, and so on and so forth. Because if you're not enabling access, then capacity building and digital literacy falls by the wayside, and then the vulnerable groups who struggle to access the internet then are not equipped with the tools when they eventually get access. So even in the Acer data, what we saw was that boys are more familiar with the idea of how do you block a profile, how do you report a profile, these basic things. Whereas girls, because they're not being incentivized to go online, are not actually being equipped with how do I like access platforms while keeping myself safe. So I'll pause there and then we can reflect a little further.
Amazing. Thank you. Sakshi, I want to build on this further, and I think this is a point that Ahita was making earlier on how we are sort of looking at these harms in retrospect. We're not proactively sort of addressing them. Having this discussion now, we're hoping that at least we're not doing that here as well. But what does behavioral research, what does psychological research from your own work say about this? A lot of points have been made about how people who grow up with technology essentially are also adequately equipped to take care of themselves online. But what does research say about this?
Wow. Okay, I'm going to try and unpack that, but I will try and unpack it through the very specific lens of disclosure. So disclosure online of harms by young people. And I'm picking up that thread, building on what Siddharth just very articulately laid out, which is, I mean, one is gender differences in access, second is gender differences in how children learn to keep themselves safe. So from the perspective of disclosure, I think a lot of work in the online safety space is almost done from a at the cost of not overgeneralizing, is almost done from a ad hoc perspective, focusing on detection. So a lot of the criminology literature focuses on case reports, focuses on formal reporting when the harm has happened. Now, what we need, and a lot of academics are also really pushing for, is a public health approach. Where this becomes very much front and center about prevention. And I think Uttara touched on it slightly as well, where, we don't want to react, we want to also prevent, and I think there's a huge role that platforms can play in there. And I'll touch on platform accountability in just a second. But just to close the loop on public health and prevention and how important it is to really build insights into prevalence, root causes, effectiveness of protection systems. From the data, I can tell you, not from India, but from work by UNICEF that I had a fortune to analyze, looking at 12 countries in the global south, 6 in Africa, and 6 in Southeast Asia. It's very clear that kids who are getting exposed to really harmful content, sexually explicit, sexual extortion, blackmail, what have you, there's almost like 3% of them are reporting it to formal authorities. So a lot of the harms online, particularly sexually explicit harms, don't get reported. So there's the formal disclosure pipeline, the formal pathways, which includes police, which includes helplines, which includes other child protection services, teachers, like all of that scaffolding that we should have around children. Those don't tend to be the pathways. So of course we need a lot that needs to be focused on strengthening formal pathways, and that's where detection and trauma informed care and rehabilitation and all of that comes in. But I think a lot, and maybe India can really front and center this, be at the front and center of this debate, which is that actually effective prevention is really what researchers who look at this field are advocating for, because the landscape, the international landscape, even legally speaking, is very varied, and I'm not sure how many of these harms are even counted under the legal threshold as crimes in our own country. So maybe blackmail and maybe sextortion is, but perhaps if somebody sends an unsolicited picture or an unwanted message, maybe that isn't. So actually the challenges, the socio-political, the legal challenges are very, very complicated. And I'm glad Siddharth talked a little bit about regulation, because the role of regulatory bodies becomes very instrumental. But I want to just come back to platforms, and I'm very happy that Uttara is here and she's representing Snap. But I think the platforms also play a huge role in this discourse, particularly from the perspective of disclosure, because even the disclosures that happen on platforms, that again something Siddharth mentioned, that is also not uniform. I mean, we know, at least from the recent reports from Meta and Instagram, how disclosure there, and if I'm not misquoting this, that it's the strike rate is 17x, that if you commit 16 times, if you report 16 times in an account for sex trafficking, only the 17th time it gets removed. So of course there's a lot of variance across platforms and how they deal with it. And naturally the online safety conversation is not something that we can put a handle on either parents or children. There's a huge ecosystem that needs to play a role in this, and there's so much that can be said about bringing in platforms front and center and playing this role. And we've not even touched upon AI in this conversation, and I don't know if we'll have a chance to. But AI, of course, complicates child safety very seriously, and that opens up again new questions around what is ethical and what is not. But the changes in the current ecosystem and how fast technology is outpacing academic research and how fast technology is outpacing regulatory bodies, legal bodies, and platforms getting a handle on the problem is a massive blind spot. Yeah.
Right, right. Thank you. Just to make sure that the room's with us and wake you up, curious to know that, let's say one of you receives just an unsolicited message online or a conversation that you don't want to have. How many of you know how to take care of it, how to report it, or what are your sort of legal measures that you can take? I see two hands, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, that's a fairly good ratio. So you're aware of it. And how do you know about it? Like, is it by the virtue of fact that you work in the domain, or is it something else? Would one of you want to share?
So I follow one YouTube channel, Technical Bureaucracy. So 1930 cybercrime.gov.in. So 1930 is a helpline of government.
Sorry for the online.
So basically, I follow one YouTube channel. So due to government contracts or like due to government alliance with the YouTube channel, so that channel promotes 1930 cybercrime.gov.in. So this is a helpline number, and report system is also available on WhatsApp and other platforms. But the thing is like it is not properly 100% useful, and like nodal officers also government said in their law, but I don't know how many companies are actually implemented actually recruited nodal officers for reporting and solving the grievance.
Right, right. Thank you. I think that brings me, Ahita. So, Uttara made a point about safety by design early, and I know that you have background in cybersecurity as well. So I was curious to understand that how much of it is possible. Essentially, is safety by design essentially by the virtue of the fact that these platforms, the way they operate, is very decentralized and sort of maybe not in control of particular territories, especially let's say in the Indian context. Is that possible, or to what extent? Can you help us understand that?
All right. So just to make clear, I work in the space of cybersecurity, and then cybersecurity by design from an infrastructure standpoint or from a solution standpoint is what we discuss extensively. Safety by design, I feel it's again coming on to one of the points that Siddharth mentioned, was that it's a lot of the organizations, the debate that we have is that it's not only the parents' responsibility, it's a very shared responsibility when it comes to looking into digital well-being and online safety, or especially for vulnerable groups, including young people. So I would say that there are lots of nuances in this to ensure that there is safety when somebody is accessing the internet. The first thing is that when we're talking about regulations or creating some sort of a standardized process around it, we are not trying to make sure that the young people don't access the internet, right? We don't want that. We want to make sure that they have all the opportunities, but they feel safe and comfortable and confident and not exposed when they're accessing the online spaces. I think I would say that it is at every level that we have to ensure that a framework, a structure is placed, and there is some sense of accountability that Uttara and Sakshi have already mentioned very clearly. So I would just want to talk about 4 things that are important to ensure that from a design perspective, this is ensured. First thing, again, Siddharth's point around data, right? So when he was talking about all the data points that he had, I think that makes a lot of difference. You are coming up with solutions that are data backed. The insights are data backed. Next thing is that we have to ensure that the consultation process with the young people, you're not targeting a certain section of the society, but you understand that it is not a monolith. It's a spectrum of experiences, age groups within even somebody who is maybe a teenager versus somebody who's 18, somebody who's 25, very varied level of experience. So I think all of these has to be incorporated in the consultation processes that go on. Then their engagement in the policy making process itself. I think when I spoke about co-creation of a lot of policies, regulations, and even the standardization space, there is a lot of scope. I'm hoping that platforms like Youth IGF India, India IGF, and a couple of programs that also mentioned, I think they bring in a lot of difference, that even young people get to influence other young people to participate and make them feel confident to participate and contribute to the policy making process. And the fourth thing, which is super important, is to have a feedback loop. everything that goes on right now, do you know that it is effective? Are young people feeling, is there a good impact or a bad impact of this? Is there a course correction required? So I think the feedback loop becomes the fourth component I want to add when it comes to creating by design.
Amazing. Picking on this thread with you, Siddharth, when we're talking about this concept of safety by design, and for instance, taking the discussion from the perspective of what Uttara said for Snap, the current regulatory landscape that we have here in India, how much does it let platforms sort of build on this safety by design, or let's say makes them reinforce this in the way that they function here in the country?
I would say, unfortunately, the regulations place an emphasis on other aspects and does not allow businesses to invest in the resources to work towards more responsible platform design. And the reason is basically regulation asks for very perfect outcomes when perfection is impossible. So what that means is that leaves businesses scrambling for something which is close to perfection but not perfection. And in that scenario, when all businesses are non-compliant, then there is a little more scope for regulators to exercise discretion in terms of compelling informal enforcement of actions. So when there is this game of cat and mouse where the regulation is forcing for sorry. So when there is this game of cat and mouse where regulation is compelling businesses to be perfect in an environment where it's imperfect, resources cannot be allocated towards a better platform and more responsible platform design, right? I think even in our report that we published last month, we talked about the fact that we need to start co-creating. We need newer or fresher online safety laws that incentivize safety by design that is co-created with children advisory boards like Iheta was talking about, with other civil society actors that are have evidence and detailed evidence of the kind of online safety risks that kids face. I think we also need more nuanced legislation that can create more modernized taxonomies and vocabularies around the risks that kids face online. And what that means is delineating between which are clearly illegal or criminal risks like sexual exploitation and abuse versus other harms which we need to start measuring from the lens of, okay, these might be legal activities but they're leading to harmful outcomes to the kids. So the concept of legal but harmful, which is being discussed in other countries like the UK, we may want to transpose it here so that at least then we can start collecting more data and measuring what is the scope of risks that kids face in India, and not assuming that the risks that they face in the UK or in Australia applies in an Indian context. The other thing is when government is collecting data, let's say with respect to the National Crime Records Bureau, firstly, the amount that they're collecting and publishing is very low. The second thing is you don't even you give just aggregate figures without dividing it across gender, caste, location, and so on and so forth. So we don't even know the extent and scope of the challenges that we face in different parts of the country. I think I'll just pause there.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're in the last 15 minutes. We're going to take 5 more minutes to do a quick round. I have two questions for you, Uttara and Sakshi, and then open to questions from the audience. Thank you for the hands already. Uttara, what Siddharth was mentioning, this lag between regulation and how platforms function. I'm curious to ask you that Snap not only works here in India, but across the globe. Are there conversations or let's say infrastructures that otherwise help Snap reinforce the safety by design somewhat better in elsewhere? Or do you see that some regulatory tools that have or can help in this measure?
Yeah, I mean, can I just say a couple of different things here? Number one, I feel like, in India, we're not having a serious enough discussion on children's online safety or young people's online safety. Okay. We've gone on record several times to the government in public forums like such as this one and like the media to say that, everything that Siddharth said, right? There is an absence of a clear understanding of how young people in India experience the internet today. That's number one. So there's no taxonomy. We don't really have like a detailed, granular picture of what's really going on. That's number one. And number two, all the regulatory nudges that I have seen in the last 4 years at Snap, and even before that in my previous role, look, there's a lot of content regulation that is quite politically motivated, okay, and is often framed as, oh, this is a child safety regulation, and it is not really, in my opinion, an earnest attempt at trying to see what is a well thought out, risk based, clear eyed way to regulate the internet to ensure children's online safety. We haven't even come close to having an earnest attempt at doing that. Okay. To answer your question, Priksha, on like what have other countries done, what we've seen in there are countries that have gone, to the complete extreme of banning social media, which to my mind does not necessarily posit the best approach, right? But there are countries that have taken a good in between path, right? So, for instance, the UK comes to mind, where the age appropriate design code is, to my mind, the most serious and earnest attempt at doing this well. Okay. What does the age appropriate design code do? It effectively lists different types of risks or harms that young people can face, or both, really, right? And there is a detailed taxonomy. And then they encourage platforms to also, sort of assess their level of risk. And this is not like a safety theater experience. It's really there's a very clear regulatory guideline on how to assess risk for platforms. And then based on the level of risk your platform poses, right? There are proportionate obligations that are placed on you as a regulator. Okay, so I feel over here that kind of approach could work very well in India. Unfortunately, we've taken this very superficial sort of parental consent will solve all our problems, silver bullet kind of approach, which is not working very well, and has led to imperfect outcomes, right? So there's that situation. So yeah, I do think that everything that Siddharth said is a big, huge plus one to that. Snap is very much in favor of thoughtful regulation. I think that in India, we're currently in a situation where there's a lack of regulatory capacity and appetite, and a lack of a champion in the government that says that, hey, let's do an age appropriate design code. It's either, let's have a super laissez-faire DPDP kind of law with one provision on parental consent, which kind of does nothing, in a way. Or it's, let's regulate everything via the broadcast bill, right? There isn't like okay, how do we keep children's safety online as a priority? I don't even think we've had that discussion in an earnest way.
Thank you, Uttara. Sakshi, I think I'm going to close the loop with this question to you, and maybe that's a lot of pressure, sorry. But a lot of things being said about how we're not looking at it from our unique perspective. I think we began the discussion by trying to understand how India is set apart, how our digital space is different. From your own work, I want to understand that how is it that we can make sure we learn from our mistakes, and that we sort of reinforce the learnings. What Ahita said, we have data, we have consultations, we've got good research out there, but how is it that we reinforce it into the regulatory landscape and make sense of it?
Yeah, this is a tough question to close on, so I'm going to try and do my best. Um, I mean, I'm definitely of the opinion that India is, I mean, not just one of the youngest economies and youngest growing economies, but also the youngest demographic. And of course, I often like to start my talks by showing a cartogram of the world, not by the landmass, but by the population of adolescents. And I would have shown that here today. And believe it or not, of course, India is the largest, of course, the biggest and the largest. And that just tells you what is the opportunity here. The opportunity here is that world's largest, youngest population lives in the global south, particularly India. And of course, this population is going to also increase as we go on. There are young people who are coming online every day. We also, I think everybody's internet experiences are very different. We now have gotten all used to really, really strong Wi-Fi that, I can dial you from here sitting in London, and Uttara can dial you from where she is. But there are lots of parts within our own country where data is not a guarantee. And of course, data bundles and, how data is even accessed brings up really important questions for online safety. So I think the opportunity is really big here. And I would like to say that, yes, of course, regulatory bodies play a huge role and a massive role in aligning different stakeholders with, by the way, very adversarial priorities, right? Platforms have different priorities, as as do as do governments. Whether it's a political agenda, whether it's a profit agenda, whether it's other possible agendas. And the natural, of course, instinct here is that we need to center child's rights. We need to bring more young people into the conversation. But there's also very big ethical nuances and questions around how do we bring children into conversations about online safety, about hateful content, about sexually explicit content in an ethical way, where we're not in doing participatory research also as performative, and we're truly including their perspective with adequate safeguards. So I would say we need a multi-stakeholder approach, and that's what's needed to really align on online safety. I think we, as in India, first need to start to even have data and build data and actually understand what the prevalence is of some of these harms, and starting with sort of accounting and starting with quantifying what the harm is. Can we really build that strong picture of how much we need to invest in prevention, how much we need to invest in detection, how much we need to align the law enforcement? I think in a lot of online safety conversations, law enforcement also gets left behind. And I think cybercrime units within India need to really start taking online child safety and online sexual measure, really protect children from the law enforcement perspective. So multi-stakeholder approach is my answer.
Thank you, Sakshi. I think ending the India IGF panel on this multi-stakeholder suggestion, I think, is a big win. We'll take two questions, one and then Dhruv. If we have time, then the third. That's okay. Please tell us your name, very brief, quick question, and to the speakers also, quick answers.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dhruv. Thinking of myself, like, when I got on the internet as a queer person, in fact, that was a freedom that I had not experienced in the physical world. So while we think of all the things about harm, there is also a lot of good that we should always try to remember. But at the same time, the point that I wanted to make was, of course, we realize that there is a lot of harm, but uh, we talked a lot about like what we could do in the platform. One thing we need to realize is we also in India where we do a lot of things on WhatsApp. And we have to always remember whatever we could regulate in all the other platforms, we will never be able to replicate that on WhatsApp. So we should remember that and then always think of other solutions which are non-technical, where we can, yes, harm will come, but can we give people tools out there to deal with that harm in a way? It's like teaching them things on if this happens to you, what is the right way, whether we are thinking of emotional and other supports out there.
Thank you. I think food for thought for us essentially in that case, that we need to look at more tangible aspects of how we implement these solutions. Thank you.
I am wondering like what is the solution of the problem? Like situation is like as far I know, OTT platforms were nudity content and 18 plus content is self-regulate. Like it is a parent's duty so their kids don't see the content, don't access the content. But it is very easily hack, because if we will make if any child 10-year-old child make a 18 plus Gmail ID, so it can be easily accessible for 10 years old as well, because it is Gmail is 18 plus made by 10-year kid. So when government makes a ban or they don't allow, so that time some people say this is our violation of our rights of privacy and speech and expression. So what is the solution of it?
Yeah. Ehta, do you want to take? Siddharth, do you want to take that?
That. So I think that's a really good question. I think the government usually does not really think through in these kinds of proposals that there is kids have an incentive to kind of circumvent and get around the regulation. So as you said, if a 12-year-old really wants to get online without their parents' consent, they do have creative ways to kind of set up an 18, 19, 20-year-old profile on a particular website and try and join it that way. But over time, I think there is also a risk that comes out as well, which is even if they can't access one website, they may start going into like trying to access other like less mainstream websites, which with fewer safeguards, with fewer safety interventions, and so on and so forth. So actually, the solution more often than not is, and we've seen this in other countries, age gating is not a perfect technology and not a perfect solution. In fact, regulators abroad are trying to grapple with what is it that works without the risk of circumvention. Most of them have imperfect solutions. India should perhaps avoid this challenge of age gating and instead focus on working with kids, with educators, with psychologists, with platforms, with schools, etc., to work towards principles of just safer design so that kids can have healthy experiences and not having to like kind of play this game of cat and mouse with their parents and with that's where
Amazing. Thank you. One last question here. So, in the safety by design for platforms in the legal but harmful space, would you necessarily want to do it by demographic attributes, or rather you might want to go to instead activity patterns because platform have access to activity patterns. So let me give you an example, right? My niece, since she was 2 years old, she's been on YouTube. And suddenly the other day, she says she looks at a Labubu doll and she says it just gives her nightmares. That's why she doesn't want to go near that doll, right? And I don't know if that is an India specific experience. Okay. I don't know if it's that common. I don't even know what a Labubu doll represents, right? So, but if the platform had access to that, they would know that was a legal but harmful experience for her. And similarly, the risk of this demographic attribute kind of sectioning is that maybe in the data that you are presenting, that they may not have included West Bengal or the Northeast states. So the idea of patriarchy came up more strongly, which was like reflecting the data issue.
Can I nudge you to get to the question? If
The question is, the question I have asked initially, do you want to do it by demographic attributes or would you rather do it by activity pattern?
Do you want to direct it to anyone
I just want, the last thing is that because India is heterogeneous and diverse, that is the challenge for traditional ethnographic study methodologies. So the question is obviously probably better answered by, I think, 3 or 4 people here.
Amazing. Uttara, Sakshi, did either one of you want to quickly answer that? What out of these is a better stat?
Yeah, I can take a stab at that. Look, I think it's the question itself exposed a complexity that everybody in platforms are dealing with, right? So when you creating a safety by design practice in the company, you want to make sure that both, right, demographics as well as individual experiences, both are part of what you want to measure and hopefully inform your internal like pipeline of how you of insights, right? I think subliminally, the point I got from the woman, the lady's intervention was that, look, our company is struggling to get unique insights about markets like India that are highly heterogeneous? The answer is yes. Okay. And is there more work to be done to ensure that the complexity of Indian internet users' experience is well captured by Western companies and their product pipelines are adequately sort of capturing this experience? Absolutely 100%, right? And I think that unfortunately, the way that's solved is through I don't know, like a mix of like market dynamics, right? So how important is India to that particular company? How big is your team size, etc., and how many resources do you have, right? And different companies have different answers to this. I can tell you this for sure. Sometimes some of these questions are also come down to what the company culture is like, which means is this a company that leans in on doing the right thing versus a company that does not, which is a unfortunate thing, and it happens when there is no regulation that incentivizes good behavior, basically, right? But there certainly are lots of people within companies, especially social media platforms, that think about how to design programs that are long term and lean in on civil society and academics and others to collect these insights from India. For instance, we at SNAP have worked with YLAC, the Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, this past year on doing a series of listening roundtables, right? Where we really go into different cities and speak, and young people are part of these conversations as our psychologists, academics, tech policy experts. And the entire point of that exercise is to collect insights from users based on their lived experience and then have that inform our internal content policy as well as our product decision pipelines, right? So it's a slightly convoluted way to say that, yes, this is important, yes, this matters. It's difficult for us to put structure to it, and we're all, I think, doing our best to close that
Of
gap.
course. Thank you. Thank you for that, Uttara. Thank you for all the inputs to my panelists. I think whenever I have to end by saying, I'm sorry, that's all the time we had, it's a good indication that the discussion went well. I appreciate conversations and insights from the audience as well. I think all in all, we all agree that there's a lot of work to be done, but the fact that we acknowledge the tough part, that something needs to be done, interventions need to be made here, and the right questions need to be asked and solutions need to be provided. So I'm going to leave you all with that. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
an amazing audience.
Thank
Over to
you. And before we close, may I invite on stage Mr. Dhruv Dhodi, who's currently with UI India, IAB board member and co-chair at the IETF, to present mementos and a certificate of appreciation to all our panelists.
Uttara and Sakshi, if you could stay back for a quick group picture, we'll just
Yes.
take 2 minutes.
Yeah. Especially those who have joined us online. We would like to be in the frame on the screen at least. And I would request Mr. Dhodi to kindly join our panelists for a group photograph. Yeah, there. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We are straight away moving into the next workshop. Just give us a few minutes. We will take time to arrange the top table. स्पीकर्स को ऊपर कर दो Yes. Yeah, yes. Smile, please. All those online. Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, as I
Thank you,
said,
Sakshi. Thank you, Uttara, again for your time.
kindly remain seated. We'll just take few minutes to do up the top table for the next workshop. The workshop that is coming up is on Beyond the Bandwidth, Reimagining Internet Governance for a Trusted, Safe and Resilient Internet in India's Northeast Himalayan region. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Beyond the Bandwidth, Reimagining Internet Governance for a Trusted, Safe, and Resilient Internet in India's Northeast Himalayan region, turns our attention to one of India's most strategically significant and geographically unique regions. While connectivity has grown steadily across the Northeast, true digital inclusion requires more than bandwidth. It demands trusted infrastructure, strong community participations, culturally aware governance models, and resilient networks that can withdraw or withstand both environment and security challenges. This discussion, which we are now going to witness, brings together voices from policy, technology, civil society, and local ecosystem to explore how the region can build an internet that is not only accessible, but also secure, resilient, and empowering for all communities across the Himalayan landscape. And ladies and gentlemen, we now begin this important dialogue on shaping the future ready internet for the India's Northeast. I would invite all panelists to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on screen, the session will be moderated by Dr. Syed Sultan Qazi, Director Council for Social and Digital Development, CSDO. And our panelists are Dr. Jayanta Singh Yumnam, who's Executive Director, NILIT, MITI, Government of India, Imphal, Manipur. And we have Amrita Chaudhary joining us on the panel, Director of CCAOI. We have Dr. Firdaus Ahmed Bharbuya, Professor, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Guwahati, and Computer Science and Engineering Department. Arpita Kanjilal, Head Research and Communications Division, Digital Empowerment Foundation. And Kulapam Mastan, Junior Research Fellow in the Department of Political Science, Manipur University. So largely, as we said, the panel covers people from policy makers to civil society to people who are voices from the northeastern states. And we're just waiting for our dignitaries to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Syed Sultan Qazi. Let's put our hands together for him. And I leave it to you, sir, now to carry forward the proceedings of this session, the bandwidth, beyond the bandwidth, reimagining internet governance for a trusted, safe, and resilient internet in India's Northeast Himalayan region. This is something which is very, very symbolic of Northeast. I think Assam, sir? Nagaland. Okay, yeah, Nagaland, another beautiful state of Northeast with some very good-looking women there, if I remember. So over to you, sir. So I hand over to you, sir. You have 1 hour, which also includes the question answer session. Over to you. Yeah, 45, no? Yes, पहले बैठ चुके हैं।
The name is here.
कैसे आ जाएंगे बता देना।
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, and good afternoon. And so post lunch, welcome to a discussion with open eyes, open minds, without sleeping and getting into a dowsing mode. And thank you for joining in this panel discussion. And since Northeast is thousands of kilometers away, miles away, and we are discussing in Delhi in this India Internet Governance Forum, and we are happy that we are discussing something which is quite important, relevant. We thought it's important to discuss about Northeast connectivity, access, inclusion, resilience, and all those important internet governance perspective. And most importantly, in the backdrop of the whatever incidences that is we get to hear, we got to know, and also in the past few years, what we have seen that as a state or the region, how it has been overcoming those challenges. Being one of the regions, globally is a global hotspot also in terms of more than 200 tribes and communities, indigenous communities living in that region. And so we are just a nominal representation of that bigger perspective, region, community, challenges, context, and all. We are here sitting today and discussing. And thank you all the panelists. So I'll quickly introduce one by one. First, of course, Dr. Firdaus Ahmed Barbhuiya. He's a faculty at professor at Triple IT Guwahati, and he has done a lot of tremendous work on in the internet aspect, technology, networking aspect, and all. We are just doing a brief, short intro without so that we have time for discussion. Thank you, Dr. Firdaus, for joining us. If you can hear us, thank you so much.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, thank you so much. We have Dr. Jayanta Singh. He is Executive Director at NELIT, National Institute of Electronics and IT, based out of Imphal, Guwahati, Imphal, Manipur. And it's a deemed to be university, and he's running a big campus over there with all those challenges. Of course, we all know, I think without saying, we can understand. So we have Kulapam Mastan. He's a research scholar at Manipur University, and he will share a perspective from the youth of internet and the challenges that we have. Then we have Arpita Kanjilal. She is from Digital Empowerment Foundation. DEF is a known organization. More than 20 years it has been working in various aspects of digital empowerment, and she will share perspective on
the work that DF has been doing in that region for some years now in terms of internet access challenges and all those important perspectives. And one and the only we have Amrita. Of course, she's and of course we share some cultural affinity. And so she will be sharing perspective because of she understands the region. She's from the region, and from the global perspective, Asia Pacific perspective, she can help us in sharing some perspective. And with that, let's start the discussion. And the discussion timing, we have 1 hour, 50 minutes. We have some time, right? Okay, we have almost 50 minutes. We have. Okay, so as I have a few questions for all of us in terms of 2 rounds, quick rounds of discussion, and then if any questions may come up from all of you, certainly you may help us in raising those questions. And of course, I am Syed Kazi, and I represent Council for Social and Digital Development. It is a 5 years old a nascent BKSF. We are working in the region in the northeastern states in research, advocacy, and implementing certain projects. Recently, I was in a started a mesh network program. It's a village which is no connectivity at all, and it's a Naga tribe community in Manipur, one district. So with that, I am just going back to the set of questions that I have. If you allow all of the panelists. Okay, so as you can see, while we were designing the topic, what topic we should have for discussion, I think we realized that something that will be interesting in terms of the recent whatever incidents or developments we had in the Northeast. And also, like we all know, being from the region, the typical terrains and the topographical conditions. One, of course, the question of reliability of internet, and also the meaningfulness that we talk about access and inclusion. You name it, anything about internet governance, major issues, minus certainly the AI thing hasn't gone yet into that region of even discussion or even the adoption or understanding also. But struggling or trying to even manage with those the existing internet governance related challenges in terms of connectivity, access, the devices, affordability, the gender aspect, the tribal aspect, the representation of the indigenous community on the digital domains, platforms, and also in terms of the cyber safety security issues angle. So those are some of the important points that we have mapped in the last couple of months. And so that is how I think trying to have a discussion today. And so I come first to Dr. Firdaus because he's online and we want to hear more from you and we want to give respect from you being online. So the first question to you is in terms of, so since you are sitting in Guwahati, you read all the time, you see the developments around you, they related to the larger internet governance issues. So the question is, what are the 3 most important views that you have that highlights the 3 most critical challenges on the nature of internet resilience in the northeastern region, affecting the mainstreaming efforts for and of the communities into the digital society and economy? So the question in a very simple way is that when you talk about network resilience in the region, so what are the 3 important perspectives in the topmost that comes to your mind? Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kazi, and very pertinent topic to discuss. I will directly come to the point. 3 points. So first, I will talk about accessibility. As you already mentioned, that the topography, the geography of northeastern region is very different. There are mountainous region, there are dense forest, and there are states where certain districts has much lower population density than others, and that brings not only technological. So one aspect, the first aspect is of course the technological aspects. Covering such geographic area is technologically challenging, and it is not only technology. The area which are covered also has a second aspect is the quality. If we look at the bandwidth, average bandwidth, availability or the maximum bandwidth that is achievable in case of average case across India, it is kind of like less than 50% in northeastern state. So for example, Delhi possibly have 70 to 80 Mbps as the average speed, whereas state like Assam fares at around 40, Meghalaya 40 odd, more or less almost every northeastern state is like that. But then this average is also misleading. This includes, city centers and pockets where speed is much better. But if you go to, the villages where even getting an email sent, just a text email sent becomes a real challenge. This is one aspect, and that divide is very pertinent because it is we are creating an urban and rural divide. Second comes to the cultural divide. Northeast has a lot of language, a lot of representation of communities, indigenous communities, etc., and the number of languages per 100 kilometer may be one of the most in India. And that creates another set of challenge. That much of content accessibility is not available in northeastern languages, and many of the languages are considered as low resource language over the internet. So for such matters, like if we talk about LLM or any benefits of AI, the low hanging fruit, that is also not available. So that is the second part, is the qualitative part. And third part is the intervention. What I want to say, that we need specific intervention for Northeast, because if we do an apple to apple comparison in terms of solution with other states which are mostly which has a different geography, which has a different topography, and either they have accessibility to the sea. Northeast is more of a landlocked region, so we need solutions which are, be it technological solutions also, that it needs to be tailor made for this region, and there should be specific focus. Now we understand that there are business infeasibility for many of the private players in the telecom domain. But having said all that, there is a social responsibility. The government of India has a wonderful policy, actist policy, and there is a lot of things that has been changed. And thanks to the 5G, it has brought smiles to a lot of families and a lot of students and professionals. But at the same time, accessibility of 5G will have to ensure that every village has access, and not that only access for namesake, but quality aspect, including quality. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Kazi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So 3 points you mentioned already, and I will just try to sum up later on. Thank you. So now I come to Amrita, since of course you are in the whole ecosystem internet governance now and then discussing recently APR IGF and VSys plus 20, all those discussions. So from those, what are the three most important perspective in terms of, the internet governance issues or challenges that you see for the region, of the region, from the region, that more from the access and inclusion point of view? So can you just quickly highlight 3 points?
Thanks, Kazi. So many of the issues which have been just now highlighted by Firdaus is quite common in many parts of the globe, especially in developing countries. So if I look at the VSys discussions which are going on, digital access, or bridging the digital divide, the gender divide, using languages, especially having scripts, languages, etc., is something of a concern, which everyone is talking about. There is also a discussion which is going on in terms of capacity building, because you don't just need the device, you need to know how to use it, what to use it. If new technologies come in, then how would you be using, or how would the skills be developed for the future generations? Also, having multi-stakeholders in these discussions is something which is being highlighted, because if, for example, if you're looking at a terrain like any place, and Northeast is not a unified thing, it is 7 states together. So, and each of them within their states have a lot of differences, geographical differences, cultural differences, climatic differences, etc. So, how do you balance it? Because you may have the best of technology, but if you don't have the technical community or the civil society or academia or even business understanding and working together, you cannot have connectivity going till the last mile. In India, we have the lowest tariffs, etc., but we've not been able to connect, because that last mile connecting the unconnected is the most critical part. and not just connecting, adoption, ensuring it remains open, trusted, safe for even women or anyone else, other genders to use. Because we see a lot of women using the net, but going back because they are judged, they are trolled. So how do we build in those cyber hygiene, etc.? And these are also some broad things which are being discussed at the global level also. But I think getting the use cases from even remote areas, etc., is important. The WISIS, for example, is talking about developing in the remotest areas. They're talking about the least developed countries or island countries. But again, even within developing countries, there are pockets which need more emphasis, I would say.
Thank you, Amrita. So well taken. I have noted down and we'll try to sum up at the end. So I come to Dr. Jayanta. Jayanta, of course, you have been traveling around, being holding positions in various campuses and various cities and towns, and back to now in a home still in a very difficult situation, of course, where you're trying to sort out things. So from the trusted and safe internet perspective, so because how is this, how this trusted and safer internet in the region is an important aspect, and what are your just quick perspective on that in the region from the regional perspective?
Thank you, Dr. Kazi. We are discussing a very interesting thing for the welfare of our youths in the near to come, because here we are talking about 5G, maybe Industry 4, now going to the Industry 5, many things. But in some area of this part of India, this type of technology also need to be there. So first thing is, like Firoz said, and Madam also said, there's a digital divide. So this digital divide, if I have to go a little down, if we see in the metro Guwahati, this divide may be having a slightly divide from the Delhi. But whereas from Guwahati, you go to another 10 kilometer, 20 kilometer inside the state, again, there is another digital divide. So it's a two-phase, three-phase divide. So I want that such device should be breached, then actually we should fix responsibility that state has to do, or the state has to do, or some agency has to come. So this is one thing that. The second one is adoption of the technology. Like I was talking about 3G, 4G, 5G, now Industry 4, Industry 5. Now we are working with Industry 5 semiconductor. Now in Assam, Jagirod, the semiconductor industry is coming around 30,000 crore has been, is already in the pen, in the paper. 30,000 students is going to be engaged. But the project is going to come from Taiwan, Japan, semiconductor. I don't know how much we are prepared. So that is why adoption of the technology in that gradually means, how much the Delhi government is adopting these semiconductor changes in India, Guwahati, and again in Guwahati again, for example, some city from maybe from Silchar, Dibrugarh, or maybe Kokarjar we want to bring, that is 400 kilometers far away from Guwahati, how much adoption we can do. So that adoption from the divide, we have to go to the adoption, speed of the adoption also. Otherwise, the semiconductor industry is coming for the welfare of the society, and that society is unable to adopt, then actually is a failing for both the framework makers, policy maker, as well as the locality. The third one is there should be some case studies, maybe the easy readiness example. Like for example, we should have a cyber police type of thing for the safer, because there is a university, if there is some problem regarding the online payment system and other thing, that university should report to the cyber police of that, not the simple police, because simple police is using physical things. Cyber police has to use the tools, cyber security aspects, cyber hygiene, ethicals of AI, ethicals of these recent tools, then look after what are the rules and the regulation in policies as well as in the cyber area. So these three areas, like to breach, minimize digital divide, physically, geographically, as well as adoption speed of the technologies coming up, and the readiness of our police people or cyber police, that helper, I mean. These three areas we can suggest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanta. Well noted. And let me now come to Kulakpa Mastan. You're being a research scholar, being a youth, and also being part of the experience of an internet, how it worked in your state, because he's from Manipur. So from those perspective, of course, what we would like to hear from you is that from the youth perspective, accessing the internet, the usage of internet. So what are the critical dynamics, from the youth perspective, from your state perspective, in the current scenario? So.
Actually, it is a proud privilege on my part to share the dice with few of the prominent figures we can name when it comes to technology. Actually, global internet governance, has been evolving fast, and it started evolving in such a manner that it started to cover areas of social issues emerging out of internet uses. Earlier, it was around the science and technologies perspective only that it covered. But now, as one of the dignitaries in the inaugural session rightly put, effective uses of internet is not just important, but it is essential. So, as I'm being asked to share my perspectives from the youth internet users only, and I'm going to focus more on Manipur since I'm, from Manipur, and I know a few little things more about Manipur. So, coming to the problems, actually, I would like to share the problems with one. It's with a case study for each one of the problem. Actually, I have had the privilege to be part of an event organized by Organizers Research Foundation a few months ago, and things happened that someone she is from she is somewhere from Bisnupur district in Manipur, and she happened to be one of the panelists. And to join the program online, she had to rush to one of her relatives' place in Imphal, just because what the internet accessible to her place are not reliable as such. So the problem is no longer internet accessibility. Even if it is accessible, then how far it is reliable is again a problem. And this is one aspect we can look at. And another, youth of Manipur, since everyone here must have known about it. The state of Manipur has been reeling under an ethnic balance for almost 3 years now. So the behavior of young internet users, it is affecting the balance in such a way that recently, probably a week ago, actually, a police officer whose designation is IGP, I'm sure. He happened to, knock the gate of one Rajya Sabha member, member of parliament from Rajya Sabha, and he is, you know, nominal, no, he's a king, nominal king of the princely state, erstwhile princely state of Manipur, and he happened to be in the Indian politics now. So things happen like this online, that the youth interacted in such a way that it happened, since the ICP happened to be someone from Naga community, uh, things are, portrayed as if it is between the communities, not between the, arbitrary use of power by the police against, you know, member of parliament. So internet users there are, indoctrinated in such a way that uh, hyper-ethnicization of problems has been a common scene there in Manipur, particularly. So this is another aspect of, aspect we can look at. And another one could be, there's another case study I can, make. Uh, Probably on to, on the first of February 2025, there was a event happening, an illegal outfit, a cadre of an illegal outfit, you know, uh, entered the house of a Muslim community there in Lilong. And it happened as such that to control the mob, the illegal outfits, uh, fired some rounds of bullets and accidentally killed five, I guess four members from Muslim community there. But I'm talking about the wise, we could have used the internet, which is available to us in a wise way, in a wise manner, in such a that the Muslim civil society organizations happen to enter the scene in such a wise manner that they did not let the events happen in such a communal way. And this could be one example of, wise use of internet. And this could be something we as a youth should look upon. And one more thing. Okay, should I stop? Okay,
Okay,
I'll continue in the next session.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So you mentioned 3 points: wise usage and the behavioral aspect of technology, and accessible and yet not reliable. It's accessible to me, but not reliable. Interesting perspective. And Arpita, over to you. So guess what I'm going to ask you?
How do we actually tackle the challenge of bridging digital divide in the
Acha, acha.
Northeast region?
Acha, got it. So she already got it. So I think what I wanted to ask you is that, of course, DF has been working and working and working. We know what it has been working. But then from the Northeastern perspective, what are the important three aspects that is very, very critical that DF brings to the mainstream India, that I think DF works at the mainstream level?
Okay. Thank you so much for this very important panel. We do talk a lot about digital divide in Global South, in India, but the conversation about Northeast particularly is extremely crucial because let's start with one statistic, right? That as of May 2025, we have approx 950 million broadband users in the country, and out of which only 2% are from Northeast. And this constitute so many states in among 28 states and in India. So I think that is a very stark divide. So like our panelists have also shared that divides are also always in a ladder of hierarchies, and that is embedded in different social divides. And all of these different states have extremely hyper-local, decentralized approaches to how they tackle these challenges in ground. So that DF always generally undertakes when we think of how do we tackle digital divide, right? So that is one. And second, I think in Northeast, just referring to Vis's conversation again, the global conversation, there's a lot of conversation about where is Global South in the conversations globally. And in India, our question is where is Northeast when we are talking about our presence locally and globally, right? And here, I think in Northeast, and when we talk about Northeast, it's important to keep in mind that India is also, by the way, in the world, the first and the largest country known for its internet shutdowns. Now, that is not something that we should be proud of for sure. But we need to understand what leads to that, and those socio-cultural, economic, ethnic reasons and conflicts that lead to those decisions by the institutions. And to concretely put how we tackle this problem, we have a model called the Suchnapreneur model. Suchnapreneur, if you break it, it's called information entrepreneurs. And we have over 2,400 centers across the country. But every center, community information resource center, has a very different approach. Like all of you said, it requires that hyperlocal decentralized approach. So in Northeast, we understand the specificities of that region, and therefore design those programs in that in that direction. For example, we have worked in Meghalaya. We work a lot in Assam with Syed, and we have worked in Arunachal Pradesh in Zero Village. So places where there's no internet, we try to take internet there with partnerships with the government. For example, PM Vani has been that medium. And now when we see that the speed of connectivity is not really helpful in the region, then we are thinking of deploying booster services in partnership with government. So that's one layer. So one is, of course, infrastructure. How do we take digital infrastructure? Second is, of course, the other important aspect is adoption. Now, for adoption, we spoke about literacy, we spoke about capacity building. Now, even capacity building has many layers to it. It can't be just one bracket definition of capacity building, right? It starts with, of course, basic access to infrastructure. Then when you have basic stable internet and basic infrastructure, you know that, okay, there are tools at your dispensation. But what do I do with those tools? For what means and for what purpose? That training requires different layers of capacity building. One is, of course, functional digital literacy. Then you understand that, okay, digital, of course, offers a lot of opportunities, but it also presents harms. And how do we tackle those harms? So then critical digital literacy is very important. Then we have to keep ourselves safe in the digital space. We have to save ourselves from digital financial scams, and they're all on the rise. Like you, and then we should, when we are thinking of people of Northeast, there are farmers, there are artisan communities, there are people in different professions, and every profession has its own share of harms. And the information landscape is also restructuring massively, right? There's so much misinformation, disinformation, fake news, propaganda. So how do we have those, part of the capacity building is we have a media information literacy program. So having those very contextual, grounded approaches. So through these centers, we have Udyamani project where we work with rural women in Assam. We have like around 200 centers where they are being, trained to become Suchna Predios to enable access to not just e-governance, but also to address these challenges in ground. And when we talk about trust, when we talk about creating safe, secure digital ecosystem, most important aspect is someone who is relatable from the community, who one person can look up to. A person who goes as an outsider and says that, hey, solution is very good for you, is never really adopted meaningfully. So some communities have to be strengthened locally with a hyperlocal decentralized approach is where I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpita. Throwing the insight, highlighting the insights as to contextual hyperlocal solutions we need, in a region so diverse that you can't imagine also. Okay, thank you. So we finished the first round, and we are now getting into the second round so that we finish in time. Dr. Firdaus, I think I'm coming back to you. So when the words like resilient internet, sustainable internet, reliable internet, trusted internet comes to the mind, right? So these are some of the vocabularies of internet governance. So these vocabularies, these words and phrases, as in the context of a digital highway backbone that we need in the region, right? So how do you see this in terms of so when we say that, if I ask you, Dr. Firoz, what could be the three important solutions or insights or solutions we need, remedies we need in terms of resilient, sustainable, effective, meaningful internet in the northeastern region, within the region as well as within the states, So what are the three important points of suggestions or recommendations or that solutions you think as of today we really, really need it?
Right. Thank you, Dr. Kazi. And, it was very nice to hear from all the panelists. And we all agree on that aspect that there is a digital device. There is an issue of adaptability. There is not. And how do we get hold of that situation? Now, having said all that, we at our situation is currently not so hopeful, and to bridge that divide, if we take baby steps, it will not work for us. So we will have to go into pilot implementation and mission mode approach, and we will have to first thing is identification. So first and foremost, we should identify the areas, as Arpita was emphasizing, that where it is required and what is required. Once identified, then a mission mode approach to bridge the gaps. And some of the gaps, bridging is not that easy. It may not be just another technology investment or bringing some new technology to people. For example, if content is now not available or if that language is not represented on the internet, we cannot do anything about it. For example, there are so many languages which are less represented, like Khasi, different dialects of Naga, Mizo, etc. Right? If you look for let's say, as I said earlier, LLM, they cannot answer much. So we need to get into a multi-agency collaborative mode where academic institutes, research organizations, government, functionaries, and the civil society, the NGOs, we will have to work hand in hand to bring or to bridge those divides quickly as possible. Other aspect, now internet was a good to have thing earlier, but now internet has intertwined in our life so heavily, and for those remote places where the nearest hospital, although it may be a few kilometers away, but traveling may be very difficult because of the geographic terrain and the kind of communication that is available. And some of the panelists say that if you go out of Guwahati, you see a different thing, outskirt of Guwahati, and then go around 100 kilometers from Guwahati, a different thing, and then go to one of those hilly states, let's say Mizoram, and go to a district which is far away, then possibly you have almost no connectivity. And then being the number of people are less, so the representation is also less, their voice do not reach. But that doesn't mean that it should not reach. It should reach as quickly as possible, and possibly many of those civil societies has to work as an amplifying factor, so that the voice reaches in appropriate places. So I'm emphasizing on a mission mode and then collaborative approach. And then, of course, now digital health is also a very big issue. We spoke about safe usage of internet and the resources wherever there is internet available. For example, in Guwahati city, and we know the menace of it. There are gambling, there are games, online games, which are keeping youths busy and not even sleeping, going into depression, and there's a different aspect to it. And when we are enabling a technology suddenly to a community which they were not exposed to, the euphoria it creates, and that can have a lot of negative aspects. So we need a bit of social intervention there, as some of the panelists was mentioning, that somebody, a guardian of that region, who says what to do and what not to do, etc. So yeah, I mean, there is no single one-step solution. It is not that government grants some funds and some intervention is made. It's not that, but we will have to work in a multi-model manner. And I would like to end by saying that we do a lot of things. We do a lot of intervention, but many times we do not measure what was the result of intervention. Intervention based economics has gained ground. People won Nobel Prize, but unfortunately in our regions when an intervention happens, we do not look at the result that has been obtained and we do not quantify it. A proper monitoring and evaluation based on a framework is very, very essential, so that there is adjustment in the strategy is necessary. If there is a mid-course adjustment necessary, it's not that once we think something that this is what is to be implemented and that will bring fruit, be it technological or be it again social aspect. One solution for all that doesn't serve this region very well, or rather, and not any region, but this region is very, very specific and very challenging. So with all these three, I would like to say that if engage upon on these criteria, I think we can have a stable solution, and we can keep some time frame in mind that let's work for the next couple of years, and then we should achieve this much. At least let's say we said that okay, 90% of our villages should be, or why 90%? Why not 100% even, that covered with meaningful internet? Not that bits and bytes are flowing, but people should be able to, maybe, and in a layman terms, I would be able to say that they should be able to it in a forum like this on a video conference. If that level of bandwidth is available, and if it is stable, if they can work properly, possibly they can participate in telehealth, financial inclusion, telehealth, financial inclusion, then other government service delivery, and of course in the digital commerce. Thank you, Dr. Ghazi.
Thank you, Dr. Firdaus. Please stay back because we will conclude.
Sure.
So now, Amrita, over to you. You mentioned in your previous round that multi-stakeholders engagement in the region, the voice is not coming, their stakeholders. So what are the one or two critical things to do in terms of engaging the stakeholders, multi-stakeholder representation, the voices coming up, saying about the problems, or the technical community mentioned about. So what are the 2-3 ways of getting those processes strengthened for the Northeast?
I think having more conversations, getting more people to even understand where there are issues and they can articulate, because one of them is engaging the young people, at least making them understand why it is necessary for them to even raise the issues. For example, if say shutdowns are being discussed, shutdowns has a toll on everything, right? Because it stops students from getting online courses, and people from the remote areas need these things to be in touch with mainstream discussions. So why shutdowns are, how do you mitigate them? Having the technical community to speak that rather than shutting down the entire internet, how you can, just localize at a particular area so that others are not harmed. Similarly, when you're having so much of hate speech, misinformation, etc. going, how can you actually counter them? Even empowering the young people to even speak about them, those things are important. So there are many steps which could be taken, having them participate in open forums like the IGF or the Youth IGF, where they can speak, getting to know other views coming in. And I'm talking about people who've studied, have not gone down deeper, but even for the people who are just coming in, at least the capacity building at different levels, which Arpita was mentioning, is important. But I think when we're talking about resilience, which Kazi, you did ask Dr. Firdaus about, I think another basic thing which we have to see is, does the region always have electricity? We're talking about internet, we're talking about connectivity all the time. Is it connected? Are the people in even the remote places having connectivity? When I go to Guwahati, which I go pretty often, I see 2-3 hours of not connectivity not there. Now we are privileged, we have a backup. How many people do have backup at home? So for running any internet, you also need the energy. Are we having it? We should have it, looking at the kind of water power we have. But are we getting that kind of connectivity? Is that support system there? And just to also respond to Dr. Firdaus, yes, the LLMs do not have the native languages, and that is a challenge. If these languages are not uploaded, these will be vanished from the digital ecosphere. So I think the Bhashini program of METI is doing some work on that. So in case anyone is interested, they can get in touch, because that is the objective of that program as far as I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. So I think the electricity part is very interesting because recently I was in that village. I said in the Chirunaga village. We went to start the mesh network there, and without it, for a week there was no electricity, and the reason was that not. I think it was wild guess. In wild guess means you can't think about it. People did not pay the electricity bills for many months, and suddenly the government, district administration, they cut the electricity off. But then, of course, that village certainly is in a hilly top, 1,200 feet above the sea level, meters above the sea level. So that's stormy weather conditions are difficult, but no power backup. And I agree on that. This is a very typical challenge in the region in those hilly terrains. Thank you. So, Dr. Jayant sir, I think coming to you, I think I don't have to read now the question now because you mentioned in the previous thing that you mentioned about we talked about the trusted, safe, resilient internet, right? Trusted and safe internet where there is a reliability and things like that. So sitting in Imphal, I know we're managing those your training programs, activities, and also what are the two, three important perspective that is should be looked into as a top priority for to make internet trusted and safe and reliable for us?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kazi. It's a very interesting thing that I'm going to propose, and also some of these activities are going on, but the fixing of the responsibility is not there. For example, we have already started the models like Atal Tinkering Labs. I don't know where are all these labs. So first thing is I want to propose about some of the data model that has to be implemented in some of the district. For example, there are 16 districts in Manipur. At least 5 of the districts can have data center where all these villagers can come instead of connecting to the Imphal directly, they can connect to their district headquartter and can use their facility. The second thing is about incorporating in the syllabus. We have been working very hard that this AI information technology coding has to be put from class 6 onward. I think CBSE with the CBSE director from Delhi here, we could do something in the CBSE syllabus, but recently only from this year in Assam, 2 lakh students, class 9, 10 students are going to have this AI in their class 9 syllabus as a compulsory alternative subject. Similar type of things that we are talking to the Manipur state government also, maybe once the government is stalled there, maybe in their syllabus, at least class 9, 10, we can put it. Because the problem is if we don't put it now, because already it is in the CBSE, 70% of the students are go to the CBSE platform, class 9 and the 12. And when these boys are coming from CBSE and sitting together in Delhi, going for a graduation degree, there are some students, 30% of students, because of these inherent problems that they are not having AI, robotics, other thing. And when the teachers are giving assignment and all these type of things, actually there will be a lot of divide again still. So this divide will grow. So the third one means the second one that I'm saying is we have to put in the curriculum then ethics of AI and other thing already we have suggested that every graduate should do at least 2 credit course means 40-hour, 30-hour courses in this IT and the ethics of cyber security and AI. From political science, geography does not matter, but if they are a graduate, because in some country actually, unless and until you don't do 3-month physical NCC type of program, actually you will not get a graduate degree. This is from Libya because I was working in Libya for 3 years. Right. So like that. The third one that I want to suggest is facility that has to be implemented on those villages or the district headquarters because the facility that you want to do semiconductor, maybe 5G is not going to be done. Like other experts are also saying, because we have to use the edge computing or edge programming type of facility where 50% of the users of the consumption of the energy will be there. For example, solar type of things has to be here. So we have 2, 3 very big things that maybe our audience can also listen little carefully that we have a smart lab, virtual lab. You can see that in Imphal, Guwahati, but the virtual that lab that we are having in our lab in some of our centers, that can be accessed and your chips of semiconductor can be burned at Calicut or Aurangabad, it will be delivered in some charges. So you don't need to have that lab at Imphal or Guwahati, but you can practice it. Another one is we have did a big project with IIT Bombay where all the material tutorial which is written in English, Hindi is converted into local language. I was coordinator for the Northeast. Like so many material in Assami has been dubbed, means English has been dubbed in Assami, Farsi, Manipuri, Nepali, and other thing. Around 2,000 video scripts has been converted. For example, how to connect IoT devices, how to do the pinking between one computer to another, how to do this one has been available now also in the spoken tutorial available. And with this spoken tutorial group together, around I think around 100 school, 100 colleges of Assam has been, given access that subscription I take and I provide them free access because they charge something like 15,000 to 20,000 every year. So this type of labs facility available, either is a tinkering lab or the AI model that around 5, 6 AI labs we got it already. Guwahati got, Assam got 3 AI lab, and then Imphal also got it. Every district, every state in the Northeast got it. Assam got it because I was there. I was pursuing for 5 lab there because the distance is too much. Some more model, AI data center model we are proposing because the villager can come and AI is a power. Another one is for storing their data. Together with the state NIC and think also, we are also trying to connect all these 27 AI labs available in India where people from districts where these facilities are not available, but they can connect to 27 AI labs and they can get facility of those AI models and all that. So these are some of the suggestions from my side.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
responsibility has to be fixed, implement this framework, then we can review on the monthly basis or in the quarterly basis.
Okay,
Thank you.
responsibility with accountability is important. Thank you so much. Arpita, I think I come to you now. Since you mentioned in the initial round also, the solution is suggestions, but then I think the tribal indigenous women are not represented much in the internet space. So what could be the way, one way of, just making them, because the gender marginalization digital space in the Northeast is quite there, in fact. So how do you think could be addressed that?
Yeah. More I listen to all panelists, my points kept increasing, but I'll keep it short as much as possible. One, to start with, I think strengthening mobile ownership of women is very important. It's either the men in the families or the kids in the families have it. Women don't have direct access to, consistent access to mobile phones. So that is very important, along with, of course, enhancing digital infrastructure. And of course, it also requires a lot of, addressing a lot of social barriers. Menstruation, as basic as it goes, I think. So we have a program called Digital Didi, where we have cloth-made pads which have QR codes to digital literacy classes. So that's step two, tackling social divide, gender divide, and digital divide. So it's very important, one point. Second is, I think generally CSOs are mostly working with communities. And when we are talking about policies, CSOs should have a seat at the table, and Northeast CSOs should have a seat at the table. I think that is extremely important. And Northeast CEOs should get a lot of CSR financial funding, which is very important. And if so, yeah.
Don't get claps here because I will clap for you.
Yes. So financial investment for CSR for Northeast CEOs and for technical community, be it for tech developers or like people who are actually looking at internet infrastructure globally. I'm sure there is work underway, but I think it's more and more crucial that sociologists are part of this community. Technology cannot be seen in isolation. We are part of the same, we are part of a society. So technology is a very important social issue that we should cater together. And last is, I think the universities in Northeast should be strengthened, because evidence-based research can only provide us those very hyperlocal decentralized understandings. And just one last point, that because you spoke about AI lab, my only concern with data centers and the model of data extraction from communities is, even for LLMs, is that it shouldn't become a dehumanizing model of uh, labor exploitation without even guaranteeing minimum wages. So, and data center has huge concerns for the environment as well, which we are seeing and studying in Telangana as of now. So Northeast is extremely rich in environment, so we should keep that in mind too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The environmental aspect you highlighted, because Northeast, where I think whatever we go to do, we need to think of the ecosystem, the ecology, and the environment. That's very important. Mastan, the last point that you have to mention is just the youth needs trusted, safe internet, resilient internet, right? For example, in Manipur. So, what is the expectation? How can it be done? In order to be the internet space is more safe, secure, and resilient, more trusted also. Quickly.
I'll try to be very brief and short. Actually, efforts have to be made in terms of making internet connectivity reliable through, proper use of infrastructural investments, through transparent and accountable use of infrastructural investments. And number two, since Manipur has, been disrupting with internet shutdowns frequently, and it has been a recurring scene. And Manipur happened to be the second after Jammu and Kashmir. Um, the state had faced more than 200 days internet shutdowns, and during those days, internet affordability has had been a problem since around 4% of the population only had the uh, had been affordable to the broadband services available, allowed by the government. So in terms of internet affordability as well, some uh, subsidies can be arranged. Some digital labs, community Wi-Fi could be another option. And in terms of digital divide, efforts can be made to ensure that there as Dr. Jainto rightly put, the digital divide has been both internal as well as external. There are layers to it. So in order to bridge it, efforts can be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bridging the different layers of digital divide is important. So, any question from anybody? I think your left hand is up, your right hand is up. So,
Kazi, I don't have a question. I just have a comment that digital divide, what you mentioned, layered digital divide. In Northeast, it may be every 10 kilometer. In rest of India, it is 50 kilometer. But the situation is broadly same. So whatever needs to be done in Northeast also needs to be done in rest of India as well. So while we have solved the problem of access for the cities, the internet 50 kilometers from Delhi, 50 kilometers from Mumbai, 50 kilometers from Calcutta is still as patchy as it can be. So you can't depend your life on it. Thank you.
so you have made our minds happier, lighter, because we thought that we are excluded all the time. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yes.
I have a. So, what about Starlink, satellite internet?
जानते साहब बोलिए क्या बोलना आपको? I think you know better
I
on
think
this.
it will be very difficult because giving spectrum to private users. Now also you see when there is any emotional type of thing, I will not say crime or maybe S-class or something like that. Definitely there will be restriction. So it will come for the good purpose only, but a very friendly thing is not going to happen very soon. Instead, actually we have to be ready that our community, everything, if mindset open and everything, then slowly things will be open. Because I am from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I know some internal thing also.
So
Very
I
soon
think
it's not going to happen.
So I think the security perspective is what that you highlighted, because of the international borders and the aspect, the critical. But even then, satellite thing is also could be a security component could be there. Hmm. Layers of privacy also. Yeah.
Starlink has, there have been reports from other places also of
Starlink's privacy issue with the data which flows through them. But I think as far as I know, DOT has come up with that there is licensing of the satellites which are going to happen. Starlink also happens to be one of them. There are others also. That is going to happen, but Starlink per se had an issue, even in Maldives, etc. They went into a lot of problems with privacy of data.
We will have to, I think, wait and see what happens.
But I think it is there. It's not banned. It is there
Yes.
in the.
Dr. Fidos, you have a hands up. Quickly.
Right. Just one quick note I wanted to make, and I wanted to respond to one question first. Like, so in elsewhere in the country, it's 50 kilometer, but if you see and feel the real Northeast, it will be like hundreds of kilometers, square kilometer without coverage. And second thing, coming to technology, we should be open to anything. Of course, Starlink might have its issues. But then there are many other, systems which are equivalent to or similar to Starlink's. And even on the traditional domain also, there are solutions available. It's not that we don't have solution, but we need the right solution in right place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that,
Qazi, I just want to, madam, there are some of the models or the facility that we have that is faster, 10 times faster than what public is getting. We have the facility, but giving to the public is a
Thank you.
concern for us also.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you all the panelists for your wonderful observations. And thank you for all the sitting here and getting a feel of the Northeast because I'm wearing a jacket also. Thank you. Thank you so much for being patient with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I would once again invite on stage Mr. Dhruv Dodi to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and an appreciation certificate to all our panelists.
Dr. Fidos Saab, I'm carrying your frame with me. I'll give it to you.
I will get it virtually.
Yes, yes. Be there. We are here with you together. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. We be there. We are taking a group photograph.
Sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings of day one. Tomorrow, we begin sharp at 9:30 a.m. But as you all are aware, if you're not, kindly make note of this. The venue change for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we are at India International Center, which is literally across the road of India Habitat Center. And be there in time before 9:30 so that we can go ahead with the proceedings sharp at 9:30. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please remember the venue change for tomorrow. Tomorrow we are at India International Center, not at this place. And the time for tomorrow morning session is 9:30 a.m. So with that, we close, requesting you all to have a cup of tea before you leave the venue. And see you all in time tomorrow at India International Center. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.